Well, obviously, once I heard that, the very first thing I did was go look up the ad. Actually, no, I take that back. The very first thing I did was think, that sounds kind of fishy. And then I went to look it up. So let's take a quick look at the ad, see what it's about.
He won't touch me.
Keep in mind, this is from December 2nd. Satan's sitting around in hell. This obviously has a budget. Looks pretty good. And Satan gets matched with someone whose avatar is one of those murder hornets.
All right. 2020. Greatest. Because it is.
Only 2020. So where are you from?
Cool.
Me too.
Then they go off and date or whatever. Yeah, so the joke is 2020 sucks. 2020's from hell. 2020's a perfect match for Satan. In other words, Satan's bad, and 2020 loves Satan. They're using him as a shorthand for the epitome of awfulness. I'm failing to see how that's an advertisement for Satan.
And it's for Satan, is what it's for.
It's for Match.com, Gina. I know these things can be hard to distinguish from each other, but I'll help to clarify. One is the fallen angel nemesis of God and mankind who rules over hell, and the other one's a website to find dates.
An ad for Satan.
Gina, how are you? I don't mean tell me how you are. I mean, tell me how you are. How do you exist?
How do you just work?
How do you survive day to day without accidentally sticking your tongue in an electrical outlet?
The guy, he goes on he gets a match on his phone, and it said, "We've got you a match." And it's this girl, and she goes and meets him. And then she goes, "Hello, Satan. Can you all believe that?"
Well, I mean, yeah, if that was all it was, it would be kind of a dumb ad. I mean, it's still kind of a dumb ad, don't get me wrong. I guess it's kind of funny. But I mean, if the ad was literally just, hey, come on our website, meet Satan, let Satan fuck you. Yeah, you might have a point, maybe. Then I guess it would be an ad for Satan. And I don't think it would be a very effective marketing strategy. But you're leaving out one or two things, I think. Is that intentional, or did you just not even notice? Like the fact that the girl's name is 2020? Like the fact that they go on dates in an empty football stadium, an empty gym, an empty movie theater. They steal a bunch of toilet paper and laugh about it. They take a selfie in front of a literal dumpster fire. They watch a bunch of big-ass meteors flying towards the city, and Satan says,
I just don't want this year to end.
You didn't think any of that was relevant to what the commercial's actually about? They're not trying to say, hey, you should fall in love with Satan.
An advertisement for Satan on here, and this is, look at this. I'm not joking.
I'm starting to think you're not. Spectacular.
They just came out with this. Ryan Reynolds' new ad shows a match made in hell for 2020. Maybe it's a little easier to handle if you think of it less as an ongoing catastrophe and more as a sweet love story.
Yes, Gina, I'm sure that's written with 100% sincerity.
Well, I don't want to look at that as a love story.
Okay, well, nobody asked you to.
Yeah,
fact,
it's okay.
It doesn't even make any sense to.
There's
not a literal love story between Satan and the year 2020.
Haven't tried any close in yet.
Actually, seriously thinking of it that way is not something anyone's suggesting because it makes no sense.
Why do I want to look at that as a love story?
Beats me, Gina. For the same reason you want to look at this joke advertisement as an actual ad for Satan.
Why do you all want to look at it as a love story? I don't think that's a love story. Do you all think it's a love story?
No, Gina, years don't have emotions. Neither does Satan, for that matter, but that's a whole other topic, I suppose. Mythological figures don't have feelings. But in the context of this silly, funny thing, yeah, it's a love story between two things that the ad is saying are horrible and shitty.
I certainly don't. Let me tell you right now. Not one single comment has came up.
Speaking of horrible and shitty, anybody able to get it? Oh, never mind. It works now.
I didn't see that one coming.
It was
I guess it was only a matter of time. Now, before we go any further, let me say this. Hello.
Hello, from my heart to yours. My comments are being restricted on here right now.
Oh, that's terrible. Is there a message or something? What does it say? Maybe I can help.
It says,
where the hell's Homebrew when you need someone?
I don't think I can help.
I'm not joking. It showed up on my YouTube. Look at this. It showed up on my YouTube channel.
Well, Gina, you know who's behind that. I'm afraid there's only one solution to your problem. You got to get Satan on the line. Have a talk with that guy. If you don't know his prayer, I can teach you. Direct connection, I promise. No secretaries, nothing.
Did you all see the fireballs? Did you see the fireballs going? And he said, I just don't want this year to end.
Yeah, Gina, at this point, we've all seen it, which is why it's kind of hard to take your concerns seriously. Did you see the fireballs? Did you hear him say the punchline? I find it amazing. You apparently watched the entire ad all the way through, and you still don't get the joke. I mean, whether you think it's a funny joke or not isn't really the point. The point is, it wasn't exactly subtle. This has really got you freaked out, huh? Amazing.
I have never. No, they're not hiding it anymore, you all.
Oh, it says they aren't hiding it. Apparently, Match.com is part of the They Club now. Their standards are really slippery.
You have not seen that? I was totally.
That's some funny
Taylor
shit.
Swift. Guys, is that Taylor Swift?
Yeah, apparently the music is. I'm not going to play it because it's copyright. Is that a problem? Is she supposed to be like pro 2020 or pro Satan or something? So her being in a video that mocks those things is a bit of a problem for you, or?
Oh my gosh, that's what they said. Ryan Reynolds and Taylor Swift debut a new ad for their dating app. It perfectly represents this year. They're proud of it. They're proud of their app.
Yeah, maybe they are proud of that. What's wrong with that? Is there some problem with it? Does it like crash or have a crappy interface or something?
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Are you all seeing this?
Oh my goodness. Oh
No.
my gosh, I am. I can't believe I'm seeing still
Thank God.
the thing that I saw. How did they make the little people stop moving?
Taylor Swift sings that song. Why would she put her song in there with that woman?
What's wrong with the woman? She's not actually 2020, Gina. Man, you're just throwing shade around willy-nilly, huh?
Well, they're doing a good job popularity something. And they're looking at fireballs coming from the sky. Is what they're looking at in this video.
I don't know,
Oh,
Gina. Giant
my God.
fireballs in the sky have had some issues with public perception lately. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to try to popularization them.
I don't know if that's Nibiru. I don't know if that's missiles being launched, war being launched.
I'm sure the details are completely relevant, Gina. I'm sure they thought through all the background lore behind this entire scene.
Wow. No, they're not hiding it anymore. They're not hiding any of it anymore. Not a bit of it is being hidden.
I can't believe the evil masterminds behind all global events, Match.com, would so clearly let us see their motivations like this. They might feel high and mighty now, but they should be careful. We good Christians might just decide to head back to Craigslist.
That came out on the 2nd of December. And this website is Match. So you want to go there and get a match, you go to Match, whatever, and they will hook you up.
Gina, what the hell? Do you work for Match.com? Why are you giving me the sales pitch?
It's making my nose red.
Is that some sort of Pinocchio type reaction?
It's the Brooklyn Bridge. Okay, well this is showing meteor or something falling for it. It's in New York. It's the Queensboro, Brooklyn. Oh my gosh, you all. I think there's clues in this.
You're treating this stupid advertisement the way other people treat Twin Peaks or something. I could be wrong, but I don't think this was directed by David Lynch. I don't think you have to be clue hunting. There's not exactly some mystery to be solved here.
Is what I think there is. There's some kind of clues in this advertisement. Rods of
I saw he
God.
came out with a new one today. I was
Sure, they'll
hoping
be
it was on
debating
me.
about it for decades. I'm just waiting for a slew of analysis videos.
That's on the East Coast. Is what it is. It's on the East Coast of America. The bridge. I think there's a hidden meaning in it. I really do.
I'm looking forward to your 4.5-hour comprehensive breakdown. Maybe this is the key to finally figuring out what really happened to Laura Palmer.
They no longer can hide. That's right. No stone left unturned.
Wait, they want to hide and they just can't anymore? I thought you said they weren't even bothering. Either way, Gina, at some point you maybe should consider leaving some stones unturned. Otherwise, you're just kind of that crazy person who goes down to the beach every single day and turns over every rock they see. And all that's ever there is either nothing or a bunch of crabs. The crabs are not what they seem. My rock told me so.
So I guess there could be a meteor shower, or what if there's a battle going on up there in the skies above of the good against the bad?
Oh, there has been. We've seen that on this channel. We have video evidence. Check it out.
What's up, local?
Yeah, so like this commercial's not messing around. Ryan Reynolds knows what's up.
The light shifts against whatever it is, and pieces of ships fall through the earth.
Sorry to
The
hear
big
that.
fear is things breaking up, coming down.
Yeah, and then the Enterprise shows up. And
How old was
the
she?
Millennium
Was she on the
Falcon,
ventilator?
The Millennium Falcon about to lose. And the Millennium Falcon.
Anna got it. She's under quarantine right now.
And then the werewolf fights the vampire.
And are you in Europe by any chance? Because as I understand, everybody in Europe's dropping, and there's 12 states with the new virus
I know it's not actual.
that is killing everybody. That I say came from the vaccine.
You know, once I heard you say that, it occurred to me that maybe I've been a little too distant. Maybe there really is a message here. Perhaps the people who made this video really are secretly right. So I took some time off. Went to the library, checked out an entire stack
Hi,
of
Deborah.
books on the Satanism, the Illuminati, Freemason, Reptile.
Fancy pants. It's the guy's name's Logic.
Every frame.
I've been trying to get him to debunk Ra, and he won't touch me. I got in a fight with a bunch of his fans the other day, and I saw him pop out with this one. I was hoping it was on me. I love the guy's take on a lot of the things. He's got some funny videos. But yeah, I heard I'm not here. I'm seeing a lot of they're saying 13 states now got the new COVID, the deadly COVID. I'm telling you, someone's gonna come out with it came from the vaccine. You're in London. There you go. Everybody's dying in Europe right now. You guys got the shot before we did. About a week before we did. It's spreading out here too. I'm telling you folks, stay away from the vaccinated. I'd staying away from people in general. Nah, I'm sure they didn't. But all the frontline workers did, and a lot of other people did too. And it sheds the virus.
Located arbitrary number 3. Ignore the second circle and ignore the short one. What is it about this logo?
It's not a coincidence that it come out, this deadly strain come out right after they started giving people the vaccine. I told you wave 2 is going to actually be deadly several dozen times. Wave 1 was to get you to hate your mask. Wave 2 is to thin the herd a little bit because they need the numbers down, because when we realize we are surrounded, we are uncontrollable right now. You got to tell your people to stay off that ventilator too. Get themselves some decongestant if they have a cold, and take care of it at home if possible. First thing, don't wait till it gets bad. Uh, I suppose she got the new strain. Which old video, Elliot? I got a few of them. Glad to hear you're in there looking though. They may do that too, Robert, but they're shooting that virus into people right now at the moment. People need to start looking into the new strain and where it came from. Although there's the truth in COVID, for fuck's sake, Corona mutates inside your body at least twice when you get sick with it. But there is a deadly virus going around. And it started about 3 or 4 weeks ago when they started giving out those shots to people. Yeah, I'm good. How are you, Paula? Hi, June. What blood types are they trying to kill off now, though? I mean, yeah. From anything I saw, it was just numbers they wanted to crunch. Yeah, my Owie's better. It's I got the black off. That fucking hurts up in here though. That's where I grabbed it at. I ain't got much meat. Fucking idiot. I don't know what possessed me to grab magma. I knew it was hot. You had to look up the word neutrino. Yeah, they call them galactic particles in the tinfoil hat club, and NASA joined it by releasing the article like that instead of using their proper terminology. But their article was all about galactic particles. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I had to look that up. And it's not really a thing. Unless you want to correlate it with neutrinos, because neutrinos are the official scientific name for them. But yeah, we're being bombarded. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was as liquid as glass could get and slipped off my tool, and I grabbed for it and instantaneously let go of it. Thank God. But yeah, it hurt. Hurt a good deal. I took all of yesterday off. I didn't blow glass yesterday. I started early this morning though. Yeah, it hurt a little bit. I've burned myself worse, but that was just stupid. What the fuck I was thinking? That was what shit, like an hour and 45 minutes or some shit into the last live cast. It was like or maybe 2 hours, 45 minutes. I don't remember. It didn't go on long after I burned the shit out of myself. Yep, neutrinos pass right through you without you knowing, and we're being bombarded by them. NASA said not just accelerated amounts, but we are being bomb fucking bombarded by them. And I was like, well, NASA, that's pretty extreme. But they showed in the article. Usually, you get like 6 little blips a minute or whatever. We're getting like 9 million. It's like it's lighting up the jar. I'm like, wow. Wonder why. I don't wonder why. I did a video though. They wonder why, don't they? They're always confused. It's a mystery. It's like I love there's a glowing wall of hydrogen at the edge of the solar system. We'll take any questions. It's a mystery. It's fucking crazy. It's not a mystery, little Jimmy. What's a glowing wall of hydrogen, NASA? A sun. What's that glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system, NASA? I don't know. It's a mystery. It's mysterious. It's a mysterious glowing wall of hydrogen over there. We're not sure what the fuck it is. Yeah, it's called nukes, Robert. And they don't set off real big ones. 4 to 5 on the average. And they don't gradually accelerate. If they did, all those whistleblowing puppies would be like, yeah, soon there'll be 5s all day, and then soon there'll be 6 all day, and then soon there'll be 7s all day. And nobody did but me because it's all physics as to why we're having these quakes accelerate. ICH. Yes, exactly. CH has got the answer. It's fucking space cowpox. That's the only reason we're seeing escalation in anything. Quakes, volcanoes, all that shit. There is nowhere to hide. We're not supposed to hide in this time anyway. This is our time to shine. This is what we're made for, apparently. And I didn't make the rules. We're coming up due for a quake soon. She's inducing and on top. Big push field lines. So let's see here. 2. Alright. So in the next 20 minutes to an hour, we're due probably a 5 or better. Where Japan Illusions. There. So there you go. There's your next quake. My hand hurt? About a 1. I do believe it. It's a pogo stick of weather, up and down, up and down. It was 60 yesterday. Today it's like fucking freezing out there. It's that polar vortex the weatherman keeps mentioning. Nobody talks about. Oh yeah, the Trump show. Didn't I promise you the highest fuckery ever? I said it's gonna be so high fuckery, I ain't even gonna tell you because I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do, but they're gonna try and get us fighting each other in civil war. I know that. I said this is gonna be the highest fuckery I've ever seen. They gonna hand it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court gonna decide. Fucking hand it over to the Houthis over here. They've been in and out of court and in and out of court. Then the president just invited a coup. Now the fucking Viking king is in jail for taking over. I am embarrassed of my nation, the leaders and the followers. I am so fucking embarrassed. It's how you doing, Kush? Yeah, it is freaking insane. EMF. How about the polar vortex with this huge swirl going the wrong way, and then our Arctic Circle still over there petering out? Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with it. Up and down, up and down. It started about 10 years ago, got more drastic until this year, where we're just noticing it every week. It's up and down and up and down instead of every other week. I've been noticing it for a long time. They don't control it, Robert. They control it as much as the moon flipping, dude. You watch too much fucking TV, fucking blue Kool-Aid, somebody, something. I don't know where the hell you get your ideas, Robert. I mean, yeah, well, Sam's got it. The debate's over. The moon's doing cartwheels. They're not controlling the tilt of our planet. The weather has been progressively getting worse. The volcanoes have been progressively getting worse. Maybe you should go look at Shepard Ambellis's documentary, because on that documentary, I said there will be 6.0s every day, multiple. And there have been multiple 6.0s a day. And I am the only dick face on the planet that said so. Nobody else has fucking been predicting these. And how can I do so? Because I know what's causing them. How can I call them on the minute? And none of these other people can. On the magnitude, none of these other people can. They got to give you a range. And I usually hit it within 50 miles. You're not about the moon. Well, you know, Robert, I hate to tell you, you're on the wrong channel, dude. Bye. I made a video explaining explicitly exactly the parameters for being allowed here in my corner, and that would be you've watched the moon, you understand what the light and shadow preschool level shit means, and come on over here and talk. But if you ain't about the moon, you're on the wrong fucking channel. What question, TK? I know you've watched a lot of my videos. All question, all questions are welcome, but don't ask me why the moon's flipping. You might get kicked. I would blame the polar vortex combination with local weather patterns. I don't know what to tell you. It's up and down and up and down. It's going to stay that way because of the upper winds that are controlled by the magnetics, which are swirling both directions. I didn't really cover in detail, but I mean, that's why our weather is driven by magnetics. And I've made a few videos showing that's not supposed to happen and it is in each hemisphere. That kind of fucks with the weather. Look at the corn this year. It was 2 foot tall. It noticed there was something different. Why is it not warmer? I can tell you this much. For the most part, we've had our North Pole tilted more towards the sun than the South Pole until we started wobbling again, which is why the Arctic was freaking melting and all these glaciers and all that shit. And that's what the Eskimos said too. And that is also in hand why the South Pole is record ice. Walled in, caged off, and armed troops. Yep. Yeah, something evil and deadly is coming. They just set off this fucking zombie virus. Does that help you, TK? I mean, everything's fucked up. It's a pogo stick with the weather. It's up and down, and it's just going to be messed up. Why the Midwest isn't hotter? I'm warmer than what we usually are, personally. So but like I said, it's up and down though too. It depends on what day it is. Yeah, it did. It split up four ways a couple years ago. Now that big one just kind of looks like a convergence of them all, and it's like, holy shit. I couldn't tell you, Iron. I really don't have a track on these things, but we're surrounded. We are surrounded. These things are obviously Man, we've been watching the closed field lines since like Raw showed up about 2 years ago, and they got closer and closer, and then they just stayed in position, like where they are pretty much. They float every now and again back and forth, and I'm assuming, depending on where we are in our tilt, they seem to be pretty fucking good at staying hidden. You can see them with your own eyes at night, sometimes in the day. Yeah, we're up and down, and it's definitely not going to be consistent. You bet, TK. Maybe I should have made that more clear, but that's not what I do. And nobody's asked me that question, so you're the first. That's why you're on this channel and you're allowed over here, because you ask decent questions, man. Not about the moon. What the fuck are you doing here? Hi, Remnant. Well, look, it just flash froze 20,000 head of cattle or some shit like that in Montana a few years ago with grass in their mouth. For that big freak snowstorm came out of nowhere, freezing fucking cold Arctic blast, and fucking caught the cows in the field because the farmers didn't even know it was coming. I don't know if y'all remember that, but I remember that shit. There was tens of thousands of fucking cattle froze to death. Power outages are being caused by snipers. Possibly, but I don't know, man. There's an awful lot of push going on, TK. Yeah, they were. It was crazy, Kush. I was like, what the fuck? And it reminded me of the mammoths that they found with the grass in their mouth and nobody could figure out what happened. And I'm all like, I know what fucking happened. This. This is what happened. This event. All those, I wonder what happens. This. This is what happened. Yeah, Robert. And then in a couple of days, it's probably going to be cold as fuck again. Keep an eye on your digital clocks that are not hooked up to the world clock. They're going to vary from your other digital clocks that they're resetting fucking probably every day. Yeah, a lot of gas buildup. Nice, Mimi. That's a good idea to have generator. As if you're addicted to power. I like electric. Well, I don't think anybody's predicting anything except, I mean, I haven't been privy to any predictions because I try to stay out of them. I just try to look at what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the ice sheet in the south is huge, so I'd be worried about a tidal wave down that area. Apparently, it might snap off during flip. Up here, fucking, I don't know. The whole world's looking at massive meteor storms, impacts, fucking roll the dice. There are safer spots. I wouldn't want to be on the West Coast. Number two, I wouldn't want to be on the East Coasts. I wouldn't want to be sitting on a caldera. I'd try to find myself a craton if I was concerned about my area. Europe, I'd head into China. Yeah, the caldera's acting up, Deborah. It's gonna pop another 5 or better in the next few days. I can only imagine. Like I said, though, I think the next one to hit us today is gonna be somewhere around Japan. Revolutions. And it's a good little ways away. I guess about within the hour or so. Uh, they haven't hidden it. They haven't hidden it. Our weather's just fucked up. Sometimes you can't see it through the clouds. I almost like the whiteouts. They're warmer at night. Clear night. Get cold. Yeah, we're having a steamy atmosphere because we're heating up the water. The induction's not just heating up the magma, it's heating up everything. Hmm. Animals are acting weird. Yeah. That's not a surprise at all. They've been acting weird for a couple of years now. Real weird. I mean, gradually, just like everything else, get weirder and weirder. But this and last year, um, the migratory shit was just off the fucking chain. We got death hornets up here in Colorado. Where the fuck are you fucking kidding me? That's a South American fucking hornet. And it's up here. Guess what I'm saying? They spray in the fucking sky so much. And they are, man. They ain't no doubt about that. They're spraying the fucking sky. But it's not to make fucking earthquakes and shit. They want people to believe exactly that. And that's not the fuck what's going. Well, they control it all. No, they don't. You know, no, they don't. They can't. just keep escalating and escalating and escalating gradually like that over this last 10 years with the same fucking technology and the same fucking people screaming at you, oh, look, weather modification. Well, why is it growing more and more so? And why can I call these fucking quakes out so good? You know, there's just, it isn't coincidence for years and years and years. So that argument's been over, right? Apples in December. And Orion is still doing the cartwheel exactly in this fucking sky, just like he was all summer. He ain't moved on. It's, and I know he should be doing this in the middle of the winter. I understand he should do it, but he should progress in his fucking orbit, or we should. He should progress across the sky, and he's not. He's in the same fucking spot every night, or minus, or give and take our fucking nightly tilt because he does bounce a little bit. Yeah, I don't know where the hell the geese are going. They're yeah, they're not flocking up. They're flying north and south. I just saw groups of them going both fucking ways, like last week, driving around. So, global warming. I know, right? Cow farts and shit. I had some new moon coming up soon. It's cycled out. New moon should be coming up soon. Next few days. Seen them by themselves, but no flocks. I've seen them floating around in groups, kind of discombobulated, and they're not in their V pattern. I've seen like two V patterns all year, and they were heading the wrong direction. So, um, yeah, I mean north, straight fucking north. I was like, well, that's not the time of year to be doing that, folks. But you just got to wonder. I mean, they're really good at that. Do they know something we don't? I don't know. I think they're just confused. No, I haven't, but it's not a surprise to me at all, Coach. That area's um it's exactly what it is. And it's gonna pop. That could be your fault. Why are you anxious too, Elliot? You get called that magnet. That ain't no lie, just there's some good butt. Some of the best I had was some outdoor blueberry bubble gum from Trinidad. They got a grower strain up there they call Dragon's Breath. It's not a big producer, that's why it's the grower strain. They keep it for their own head. It's good producing shit though, has a lot of THC. Spread your wings and fly, Sam. I'm fixing to make a bumper here out of this thing. I'm gonna try it. Legal weed is the best weed. It doesn't come with paranoia and jail time. Yeah, DK, there's a lot of air activity around here. There usually isn't any. I've been hearing some big fucking rollers go through. High altitude. Hi, how are you? I'm not really near. Well, shit. Kind of am. There's one south of me, but it's not an air base. They get a lot of theirs. I don't know. It might have an airstrip out there. I don't know anything about it. I know it's a tank base, though. Well, Donald Trump got banned from YouTube yesterday. What I heard. I outlasted the president. Yeah. uh, but the whole deception side has everybody believing each half of the side is the deceptor, and it's like, no, the whole fucking side of it. And this is a global thing. I'd investigate who my leaders are, bloodline, because that does matter to these people. Doesn't matter to the creator, but to these people, it does. Stay safe, Sam. Yeah, I've told you about Roger. Anybody, I'll tell you this much. Anybody I tell you I've given the moon to hundreds of times and they've either blocked me or yelled at me or whatever, their research sucks or they're reading a script. And that's all of them across the board. So there's that. And that. That's just my general fart filter right there. I smell that motherfucker. I'm like, I'll go, yeah, motherfucker ever say anything about the moon doing cartwheels? That's too obvious. See, because the 100,000 people going out and fucking looking at the moon doing cartwheels, that motherfucker's gonna lose a spot in the bunker, and they know it. They'll lose their job. Oh, Michael. Both of those guys are fucking. I send people to Tellinger because he does some good heart math shit. Oh, oh. But those guys ain't gonna. Which fucking what's the other one? South African Kundo or whatever you're talking about. That guy, right? He won't even like. Yeah, see him. All it's, that guy. Yeah. Um. I. Yeah. That is a good start, Iron Fist. Well, Lloyd, that's awesome. They're not energy events, but they're laws of physics and frequency and magnetism. You should probably. I've seen and heard his theory, and I took him raw map to help him clarify it, so he can actually read them. He's on the right track. So take him raw map. He's on the right track. People don't listen to me. Tell him I offer him $1,000 to prove me wrong. Ra wasn't a god. He wasn't an event, but he is a sun. He's an actual physical object. Look at his shirt. Look at his magnet signature. Look at his staff. We've got 100 correlations to him, and then Horus's box and all that. Great. Well, Kush, this is the time that this is going to break down. They're going to, like I said, it's going to go global. World War III. When we make Damascus ash in a day, Babylon will fall. The rest of the world will turn on us. It's already set up. The troops are sitting here waiting. They ain't going to wait forever without somebody blowing a fucking whistle. The wheels are in motion. We are done with tribulations. We're totally in the quickening. And y'all ready for this? I wish I had bass hit. Oh, I need to talk to Shep, get myself some beats. Seriously. I hope he ain't too mad at me. I just had to separate myself from it. I still fucking have much love for that guy. Ken Wheeler had some good information. I've used his information he took down. When the government got to his ass. I know who he is. His tattooed monkey. This Osis Apophis. First place I ever saw Pharaoh Cell, and he's in my older videos, some of his footage that he doesn't have anymore. Two of his videos that are no longer on his page, as a matter of fact. That's what I'm saying in that. I know who you're talking about. See? Black Hole Mayhem and shit like that. Fucking some of my oldest Pharaoh Cell videos are him. And I'm sending people, I left it up to this day to go donate to the sellout. I need to get some stuff done tomorrow. I am going to go out and sell some glass. I wanted to finish what I was working on, but I couldn't do it because of my hand. But we're going to give it a shot now. I'm just going to simplify this down to a bubbler instead of a rig, I think. We'll see how it goes. New tank of oxygen. You know, I had World War II begin in 37 lined up. World History Timeline channel just released it this morning. But I can't stop doing what I'm doing right now. Push play. A little dog next door, his name Moto. That's who you're hearing. He likes to guard his yard. He hates patches. I think it's funny as shit. She wants to just sniff him, and he wants to eat her face. I would too. She barks too loud. Oh my God, it's good stuff. Oh wow. Look, I almost did it again, didn't I? Say it, go ahead. Fuck, dog. Fake elections, yeah. A lot of people are upset about those fucking elections. That's just stupid shit. They ain't never read their constitution. That just goes to show you they really haven't. It says right in there, we have no voice in the presidency nor the vice presidency, and it's guaranteed in the Constitution.
But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their fighting power.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter. Geography matters. Economics matters. What natural resources you have matters. But I do think there are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world. The titans of the 20th century. In 1934, Hitler and Mussolini and Stalin and Roosevelt are in power. The global depression is easy. The future beckons.
Crown Vatican DC Corporation was
What
in
will they
power.
make?
One of the big
We were
questions
busy
of the
making
1970s
Revelation 6:6 happen, though.
powers had been
Balfour
prepared to
Declaration.
Could they have stopped Hitler? And could they have stopped the Japanese militarists? If the powers had been prepared to really move against Japan in Manchuria, and when Hitler remilitarized the Rhineland, who knows? One person gets away with something, or one country gets away with something, that encourages others.
What did happen in just 4 years? In China, the Rhineland, Ethiopia, and Spain was the rise of militarism and the spread of violence.
That did happen.
In Spain, in 1934, there was violence and a heightened advance. In 1934, there were two big uprisings, one of the miners of Asturias and the declaration of an independent Catalonia. These two things come together. The time of national emergency was they would declare martial law, which inflamed the state of war, salary again. The powers of the Minister of the Interior, so that's the body of the police and the civil guard, are transferred to the Minister of War, who decided to put Franco in charge of the repression of social incidents. The Spanish Air Force bombed the territory, and the Spanish Foreign Movement and Army of Africa moved violently through the like a conquering army on foreign soil. So during the previous visit, the remainder of the atrocities were filled on. Franco had what I would call on-the-job training of being a dictator. In 1934, 1.5 million potatoes, 20,000 rifles, 20,000 hand grenades, and 200 machine guns arrived in Spain from monarchist militias. It has all come from Cuba.
For a good decade or more, Mussolini was the fascist in power, and Hitler worshipped Mussolini. He tried to meet him. He wrote him letters, he asked for autographs, and Mussolini said, "Who is this Austrian, strange man who's trying to get to power?"
The first and keenly anticipated meeting between Duce and Führer took place in June.
What did I just knock on the ground now?
Mussolini made sure that Hitler had to come onto Italian soil, and he wore a military uniform. And this put Hitler at disadvantage. He wished that he had worn uniform as well. Their meeting didn't go very well in that Mussolini wasn't very impressed by Hitler.
Hitler looked, Mussolini said, like a plumber in a Macintosh. He complained to his representative at the Vatican that Hitler had sounded like a broken record.
Hitler tended to go on monologues into one of the good people about German superiority. So he found him tactless, strange, and he thought that he didn't have what he deserved.
Mussolini, of course, believed in himself as a leader. In 1934, he abolished divorce, told women to stay home and have children, and introduced a special tax on bachelors.
Mussolini did so much rule Italy as editing. He was an old-fashioned newspaper man. You know, it was a headline a day.
At the heart of his publicity was the Bonifica Integrale, the reclamation of the Pontini marshes, a project that Italy had been promising itself for many years and that annually made the Agro Pontino the scene of the most famous photo opportunity.
They'd seen the pictures of Mussolini stripped to the waist, getting in the wheat, you know, Mussolini the strong man, Mussolini the father of the nation.
2 weeks after his return from Italy, Hitler had launched a purge of factional opponents known as the Night of the Long Knives.
The Night of the Long Knives is traditionally seen as the moment at which Hitler strikes out against his own people. The more radical Nazis think Hitler's takeover hasn't gone far enough.
The army leadership, the Reichswehr, was increasingly alarmed by the stormtroopers, the Sturmabteilung's posture as an alternative army. The president was head of the armed forces, and when Hindenburg died, would the generals perhaps prefer a head of state less identified with and beholden to the SA than Adolf Hitler?
Of course, we shouldn't forget that Hitler himself, within his own party, was only one of several possible candidates. And it wasn't at all clear that Hitler himself wasn't going to be challenged by very weak.
The failing health of the president made resolution of the SA problem urgent. In June, the SA leadership, headed by Ernst Röhm, was purged.
Rome was very useful as a bully boy, tough guy on the street. But his belief was you wanted violent revolution. You seize power, you repeat the coup. And for Hitler, this was dated. This was out of fashion. It wouldn't work.
30th of June 1934, he moved against the SA and basically executed many of their leaders, or had Rome murdered. So after that, the SA was totally tamed.
Möchte heute danken, dass ihr nicht Danke geworden seid, dass ihr mich in der Zeit verlassen habt.
The Night of the Long Knives was presented as the overthrow of a traditional state. The stormtroopers had become too powerful. They were plotting against Hitler. There was actually a element which had nothing to do with that.
So there's a sort of typical Hitler sleight of hand going on here. That he seems to be striking towards the stormtroopers. But the more important target was the conservative resistance that was coming from within his regime.
I gave the order to shoot, Hitler boasted in a speech to the Reichstag on July 13th.
The patriot is dead at the hands of a murderer.
Less than 2 weeks later, Engelbert Dollfuss, the Austrian chancellor, was murdered by a couple of Nazis, aggravating Mussolini's fear of an Anschluss, an Austrian union with Germany. His response was to move 4 divisions up to Italy's frontier with Austria. In addition to Dollfuss, Mussolini was a patron of Gyula Gombosch's far-right regime in Hungary, and as is noted, of the far-right in Spain. Towards the end of 1934, an Italian-trained Croatian fascist assassinated King Alexander of Yugoslavia.
Across influence in Poland, in the Baltic states, in Hungary, in the Balkans. There has been a collapse of liberal democratic regime from the mid-1940s on. Perhaps not a move towards fascism, but certainly towards right-wing authoritarianism.
On August 2nd, President Hindenburg died.
I think a major irony in the fact that in August 1934, Hindenburg goes to his grave, very happy about the fact that he essentially saved for all time his historical image, his aura of the kind of leadership he wanted to project. And of course, ironically, from our standpoint, nothing is so destructive of Hindenburg's image as the fact that he named Hitler as general.
A plebiscite would abolish the office of president and transfer its powers to the Führer. In September, to their unconditional acclaim, it was an absolute rule that Hitler climbed onto the stage before the thousands gathered at the Nuremberg rally. The film of the rally, Triumph of the Will, is justly famous, though it was a box office failure, and the American columnist Walter Winchell declared that its director, Leni Riefenstahl, was as pretty as a swastika.
It's the moment that Hitler becomes a god. He is no longer immortal, and it's about the superheroes of Hitler.
Hitler! Hitler, how are you? Deutschland, speak Deutschland, Hitler, Hitler, speak!
In Paris, 15 people were killed and as many as 2,000 wounded in a long night of violence that would have repercussions. The most spectacular moment of violence was on the 5th of February 1934, when a combination of violent organisations and veterans organisations tried to storm the Parliament building. And a few days later, on the 12th of February 1934, you have a huge rally of trade unionists and veteran parties and movements in defence of the Republic. Charles de Gaulle, who at the time of the February events wrote, "Today the ground under us is giving way. Where will it lead?" He ventured, in my humble opinion, to a reinforcing, or even better, restoration of order, but not without many more upheavals. Upheavals were also causing bloodshed on the streets of America. In January, the federal government was providing jobs for 4 million American workers. But having a job did not mean having a living wage. And there was widespread unrest. Labor unrest built through the year. The Toledo Auto Light strike in May was a foretaste of how things boiled over in the summer. The Minneapolis General Strike produced the tragedy of Bloody Friday, when police opened fire, leaving 2 dead and 67 injured. The West Coast Longshore Strike, earlier in the month, had also left 2 dead after Bloody Thursday. And the largest strike in American labor history, the textile strike, saw 10 killed in September. The New Deal had expectations, and Roosevelt had, between April and June, signed into law a Debt Default Act, Homeowners Loan Act, Securities Exchange Act, Trade Agreements Act, Farm Bankruptcy Act, and on and on. And yet, expectations were not being met. President Roosevelt needed to take action.
And so he begins to develop with his advisors a second New Deal. And this is the New Deal for which he is most remembered. This is the New Deal that is going to bring Social Security to the American people.
That reasonable profit can be earned, while at the same time protection can be assured.
Roosevelt will announce the framework for the second New Deal when he addresses Congress in January 1935. In India, what might have been a decisive step was taken in 1934.
The system sanctioned by the Government of India Act of 1934 allowed effectively almost 15% or so of Indians to exercise the vote. Now that was a big extension of political representation to India.
But one titan kept up his fierce opposition to Indian self-rule.
And Churchill spent a lot of time in the 1930s trying to get his anti-Indian self-rule voice heard over the BBC, and the BBC doesn't want to allow what they call his die-hard position on India to have a voice. And he is hopping mad about it.
This is no time to mince measures and fool around with weak government.
It was a battle that Churchill lost, but it taught him a useful lesson.
He wrote to his wife saying, I've just discovered that all this technique which I've been using for the last 35 years, it's not really necessary. What you need to do is stand up and make some remarks in a very sort of plain and conversational style.
In China, the politician, the titan, who had the upper hand was Chiang Kai-shek, whose nationalist forces had driven the Communist Party into a desperate retreat and who had shown himself to be a ruthless opponent.
Chiang Kai-shek has gone through a fairly volatile life, let us say, involved in Shanghai, very much in the revolutionary movement there after the fall of the Qing Empire in 1912. And these revolutionary movements were often a mixture of idealists trying to bring about a new China, linked with, it must be said, the underworld and some pretty nefarious practices.
The communist retreat to a remote stronghold is a foundation myth of the People's Republic, where it is celebrated as the Long March.
This was the defeat of the Communist Party. It gets re-narrated as the birth, the born-again moment.
It was, Mao said, our worst period, blocked in front and pursued from behind. But it was also the period in which Mao Zedong would rise to the position he would hold until his death.
Now, because he's the one who leads them out of the jaws of defeat into this sort of new moment, gains in stature and becomes more or less the unquestioned leader of the communist movement in China.
The calendar flips. Adolf Hitler is Führer, Mussolini Il Duce, and Stalin is everywhere. By 1933, there were more than twice as many images of Stalin adorning Moscow as of Lenin. When Stalin made a rare public appearance at the 1935 Moscow Congress, the applause lasted for 15 minutes. Then a woman shouted, "Glory to Stalin," and they all started clapping again. In September 1935, along with the Nuremberg laws restricting the rights of German Jews, an order was made installing the swastika as the official flag of the Reich, and on the 18th of October, Hitler told his officers, "Rearm and get ready. Europe is on the move again. If we are clever, we will be the winners." 13 days earlier, Italy had invaded Ethiopia.
When Mussolini came to power, their only colonies were Libya, Eritrea, and Somalia. And Mussolini had longed to correct an injustice that had happened under the weak liberal government. In 1896, the Italians had tried to invade Ethiopia, and they'd been defeated.
So you get these squares and piazzas filled up with people, the triumphant leader announcing the war in Abyssinia.
The invasion of Ethiopia, then Abyssinia, began on October 3rd, 1935, when the first bombs fell on Adwa. Italy's opponent could boast 8 slow aircraft and 371 bombers.
People who were very prominent in the League of Nations and in anti-slavery societies in Britain and in France initially welcomed Mussolini's invasion because he said, well, I'm going in there to get rid of slavery. And they go, oh, that's marvelous, well done. And then, of course, the tanks roll in and they have to kind of say, oh no, this isn't quite what we had in mind.
In the wake of the brutal invasion of Abyssinia, the League of Nations imposed limited sanctions against Italy. Former British Prime Minister David Lloyd George described the League's sanctions as elaborate arrangements to deprive Italy of those things she could do without. Forbidden were donkeys and mules. Permitted were cars and trucks.
The Bolshevik dominated the trade and could have stopped without a thought this entire enterprise simply by denying him access to the Ethiopian coast by blocking the Suez Canal. Such was the fear of creating another war. He thought, well, we mustn't precipitate.
The military historian Basil Liddell Hart thought Britain's failure to stare down Mussolini in 1935 the most fateful turning point in the period between the wars. 2 days after the Italian invasion, Roosevelt proclaimed American neutrality, and to hell with Europe and the rest of those nations, exclaimed Minnesota Senator Thomas Shaw. As 1936 opened, Spanish Prime Minister Manuel Azaña wrote that the left feared a military coup, the right feared that the Soviet was on the horizon. I've never, Azaña said, seen such a stupid situation.
There's intense dialogue among the people who share their own ideas, but there's no dialogue between people who have different ideas, and that's the problem. And eventually we'll have a civil war.
Elections for a new government held on February 16th were the last free elections held in Spain for 40 years. The result, announced on February 20th, gave the Popular Front a slender margin of less than 2%.
After the elections of the Popular Front in February 1936, it was decided that the wholesalers and generals who weren't to be trusted, so they were sent to different places to get them away from Madrid. While all the others were distributed all over the place, Franco was sent to be military commander of the Canary Islands.
The starter's gun, fired by General Mola, called on the Army of Africa to rise at 5 a.m. on July 18th, and the garrisons in mainland Spain to follow 24 hours later. Ibarruri, La Pasionaria, gave a radio speech on that day which went straight into legend. The fascists shall not pass, she said. No passerán. In July and August, Hitler and Mussolini provided the first practical assistance, and it was decisive. They supplied the air transports that pitched Franco's crack army of Africa into the battle.
Germany provided the airlift for the Army of Africa, without which the nationalist war effort would have been lost. Both boats, but also bombers that transported the troops across the Straits of Gibraltar.
The American ambassador in Madrid, Claude Bowers, called the Spanish Civil War a foreign war of the fascist powers against the government of Spain. Churchill described non-intervention as an elaborate system of official humbug.
The democracies were feeble. There were, of course, strong voices agitating to stand up. But even Churchill was pretty feeble. He started by being pro-Franco.
On October 1st, Franco was invested with his new powers, head of the Spanish state, in the throne room of the Captain Generalcy in Burgos. But the war had many long and murderous months to run.
Franco was committed above all to what he saw as the eradication of Spain's internal enemies. And there's a long list of internal enemies for Franco.
On Saturday, March 7th, Hitler had addressed the Reichstag. The German government has from today restored the full and unrestricted sovereignty of the Reich in the demilitarized zone of the Rhineland, Hitler declared. And 600 deputies, in the words of American correspondent William Shirer, who was an eyewitness, leaped to their feet like automatons, their right arms upstretched in the Nazi salute, and screamed, "Heil!"
The Rhine and the territory alongside it is really key. And of course, it's also there as a border.
The Rhineland was a 50-kilometer wide strip of territory on the eastern bank of the River Rhine, which, kept demilitarized, constituted an important part of France's defendability.
The German military were terrified. They said that the French could just walk in and wipe us out. They hadn't got anything there, really, at all. And if the French had responded vigorously, I think Hitler might have been stopped in his tracks.
Of the remilitarization of the Rhineland, Lord Lothian comfortingly remarked that the Germans were only going into their own back garden.
Remilitarization of the Rhineland gives the National Socialist state and Hitler a set of resources that make them a much more formidable foe. And it's the only time Hitler says to his troops, if you meet opposition, come back. They never get that instruction again.
In explaining to the Parliament why Britain did nothing, Anthony Eden said, "It is the appeasement of Europe as a whole that we have constantly before us." And then he let loose the words that would be vilified for generations to come. Hitler had the Rhineland. He had the Berlin Olympics. He had increased the Wehrmacht frontline divisions from 7 to 51 in just 3 years. And in Mussolini, he had an ally who was throwing his weight around.
Ethiopia was a great imperialist time. It is a correction of historic injustice, and it was a way for Mussolini to restore popularity.
On November 1st, in a speech in Milan's Cathedral Square, Mussolini said that the Rome-Berlin Agreement was an axis, around which all the European states who want peace can revolve. Marshal Badoglio had led his troops into Addis Ababa in May. There had been just over 1,000 Italian casualties, assaulted by bombing, poison gas and massacre. Ethiopian casualties are uncounted.
Mussolini was a great prototype and also a working model of how a fascist society could actually work. Between 1928 and 1936, as the 5-year plans rolled out, the Soviet Union explored how a communist society could actually work.
Stalin had in his hands the levers of great power in the Soviet Union, and he used them.
One of the things that lays behind the economic modernization of society is that the threat of an international conflict seems to be getting bigger and bigger through the 1930s.
In 1936, when the Third Reich had no modern tanks, the Soviet Union had 18,877. On June 27, 1936, President Roosevelt accepted the nomination of his party.
I accept the commission you have handed me. I join with you. I am enlisted for the Eureka.
To some generations, much is given, he said. Of other generations, much is expected. This generation of Americans, he said, has a rendezvous with destiny. His words carried a far greater truth than even he imagined. The 1936 election did more than return Roosevelt. As one of his aides remarked, it all but crowned him.
Roosevelt's own critics then accuse him of being the dictator. And then when he tries to get rid of some of the conservative Democrats from his own party, that's called a purge. So these notions go out there in Europe that his own rivals are accusing Roosevelt of.
FDR's opponent carried only 2 states. In the 1934 midterms, similar support for the New Deal had sent 12 new Democratic senators to Washington, obliging many to find seats with the Republicans. The newcomers included Harry S. Truman from Missouri.
When Roosevelt wins his landslide re-election in 1936, which no one had necessarily foreseen, his first and real only major domestic measure of his second term is to try and reform the Supreme Court.
If we would make democracy succeed, I say we must act now.
Roosevelt was very frustrated and worried about the Supreme Court, and he put together this plan to add additional justices for every justice that would refuse to retire after the age of 70.
History would overwhelm Roosevelt's domestic concerns. In Japan, the tide was ebbing away from democracy. Anticipating all-out war following the army's provocation of the Manchurian incident, the army and navy resisted towing the line drawn by party politicians. Amid the heightening discord, an unsuccessful but destabilizing coup attempt on February 26, 1936, destroyed any hope of a return to a normal course of constitutional government.
行動派というのは陸軍の中の一つのグループで、陸軍の言うことを聞いて陸軍に予算をたくさんくれる新しい政権の樹立です。その周りの大臣や有力者たちを倒して天皇に直接自分たちの気持ちを説得すれば天皇は分かってくれると考えてクーデターを起こしたということです。昭和天皇は非常に怒って行動派の青年将校たちを断固力でですね、鎮圧せよっていうふうに命令します。
逆に陸軍の発言力は強まりました。行動派と対立していた統制派と呼ばれる、これは東條英機らしいんですけど、この人たちの力が非常に強くなるんですね。Japanese expansion through Manchuria led some genuinely patriotic leaders in China to force a showdown, insisting that Chiang Kai-shek focus his strength not on eliminating the communists, but on the foreign invasion. The affair is known as the Xi'an incident.
That is kidnapped by the former ruler Manchuria to be expelled by the Japanese takeover. But he's saying, realised after that he had to pull together with the communists in a united front.
It was the Xi'an incident that first revealed the skill and influence of Deng Mei-lin, Madame Chiang Kai-shek.
She came in and she acted as a broker. She smoothed things over between all the key players. She persuaded the young general that he needed to release Chiang Kai-shek and that he would be protected.
In 1937, violence was rampaging through Spain. To the east, new records in terror were being set in the Soviet Union, and in China, an invader attack. And the history books say that the war started in 1939.
World War II broke out on the 7th of July, 1937. It is not associated with European historians generally attribute to this event, but I think there's a very strong case of action. The Second World War began in Asia. And particularly, we were shooting between locally garrisoned Chinese and Japanese troops at a bridge called Luoqiao.
In 1937, the Japanese Ministry of Education issued a text titled Cardinal Principles of the National Polity. This was an official statement for use in schools. It defined the Japanese state as aggressively nationalist, imperialist, authoritarian, non-individualistic.
Then with the full-scale Japanese invasion in 1937, you have a real military power that's coming in and is sweeping through your land in a way that looks to be incredibly unstoppable.
From mid-July, Japanese troops were surging into China. By December, Chiang Kai-shek, already defeated in Beijing and Shanghai, had been forced to abandon Nanjing.
More actually from this point on until 1947, you were not actually affected much by the Japanese attack during those 12 years. So he started to build him as an ideologist, a military strategist, and also the unquestionable leader of the Chinese Communist Party.
Mussolini sent one of his most rabid supporters, Roberto Farinacci, to report on the war in Spain, in which he had invested heavily.
He sent like technical experts, and he ended up sending many more troops than his generals wanted him to do.
Farinacci reported that the war had become a contest between massacres, almost a sport. By February 1937, Italian air and land forces in Spain exceeded 50,000. They suffer a severe military defeat in 1937. That further edged for the general 30 years. He could not fight. The maybe my now defeated in Spain, and it further neutralized the regime opponent. On April 26th, Germany's Air Force unit, the Condor Legion, arrived above Guernica, the holy city of the Basque. The raid killed 1 in 8 of the town's population. Of it, Hermann Goering said Germany could not do otherwise as we had nowhere else to try out our machines.
As far as Hitler was concerned, his participation in the Spanish War had been immensely beneficial. They managed to trial a number of military tactics which would be used in the Blitzkrieg in Poland first and then in France. So for Hitler, the consequences were positive. Mussolini, much less so.
Mussolini made his first official visit to Germany in September 1937. This time, Hitler was in uniform. It would be dangerous folly for the British people to underrate the amazing qualities of courage, comprehension, self-control, and perseverance which he exemplified, Churchill wrote on October 10th. He was describing Mussolini. It was said that in the crowd welcoming Mussolini to Berlin were many who had been given cheering lessons in their workplaces. When Hitler made his return visit to Italy in May 1938, the cheering in Florence struck an even less sincere. It was a recording played through loudspeakers. In May 1937, Neville Chamberlain entered Downing Street without an election. He was 68. Lord Halifax, who would become Foreign Minister in February 1938 and was the favourite of many, including the King, to succeed Chamberlain as Prime Minister in 1940, met Hitler on November 19, 1937, and wrote in his diary that he found him very sincere. Chamberlain described Halifax's visit to the Führer as a great success. In November, the British publisher, Victor Gollancz, chose Stalin as his Man of the Year because he was safely guiding Russia on the road to a society in which there will be no exploitation.
In 1937, the Soviet Union had a census, and the census brought quite surprising results. The number of people was far lower than expected, which led to the decision by Stalin to arrest those who had organized the census, execute a considerable number of them, and hide the census.
In April 1937, the Central Committee of the Communist Party officially launched the Great Terror, which would result in the judicial murder of 690,000 people. Molotov said of the terror, "We were driven in 1937 by the consideration that in time of war we would not have a fifth column." To deal with the threat, they established 3-person commissions, Troiki.
What happens in 1937 is extraordinary decision to re-establish Troiki in all regions. It worked on the basis that there's a great upsurge of criminal activity, which is largely attributed to former kulaks and to people who returned from the camps.
Israel developed not from communism, not from socialism, but from Stalinism.
The notorious show trial and the work of the Troiki were described by author, barrister and jurist Jeffrey Robertson as the public hit of Joseph Stalin's iceberg of terror.
It does strike me that Stalin wasn't alone. Maybe Khrushchev and the others were terrified. 50-53 and Stalin really was going jumping off his rocker. But earlier on, they appear to have been equally involved.
The terror reached maximum peak in July 1937. Perhaps the most extraordinary purge was of the leading ranks of the Red Army.
I think it's difficult to talk about the Turks of the Red Army and say that there's some sort of golden line. I think that the beginning of the Turks is very much instigated by Stalin. And of course, end up taking tens of thousands of Soviet officers.
In Stalin's Persia, 75 members of the 80 members of the military Soviet were killed, while 13 out of 15 army commanders, 50 out of 57 corps commanders, 154 out of 186 divisional commanders, and 36,000 others were purged. In Chicago, on September 12th, the president delivered a speech calling on countries to quarantine the nations that were causing what FDR described as international anarchy and instability. The First Lady is not here committing to neutrality. Eleanor Roosevelt made speeches in support of the Spanish Republic and openly contributed to the Spanish Children's Fund and the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, one of the international brigades fighting on the Republican front. And she had a voice.
She had a syndicated column from that time to 1936 to the end of her life. And she wrote one of her books and Life and Time and Newsweek and Red Book and all the great magazines. And really had a big public life. But she friend, I have read with you. I have read through my columns, through my newspaper and magazine articles, more than Franklin earned as president.
In India, the first elections under the new constitutional basis were held in 1937.
And it brought Congress governments into power in the majority of the provinces, because it also prepared the subsequent path of Indian nationalism towards a constitutional transfer of power rather than a revolutionary overthrow of the empire.
This startled the All India Muslim League into action, and Jinnah returned from London to lead the league. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who deserves a place on the fringe of the Gallery of Titans.
Jinnah is really one of the great enigmas of 20th century India. Trained as a lawyer in London, a complete Anglophile, he was not a believer. He drank whiskey, pork, ham sandwiches, etc. And yet he emerges as the leader of Indian Muslims. And this is the real paradox. Was it something that he willed? Was it purely his own personal ambition? Or was he fighting for a greater cause?
And for what did Eamon de Valera fight? He took his place on the fringe when he gained power in Ireland in 1932. What he fought for was defined in 1937.
One of Eamon de Valera's defining achievements was the 1937 Constitution. He worked closely with the Catholic hierarchy when he drafted it. The Constitution says a lot of things, but it states that women's place is in the home. It places the Irish language as the first official language, and perhaps most importantly, it lays claim to the 6 counties of Northern Ireland.
And Hitler will lay claim to the Sudetenland, and Japan will push further into China, and a man with an umbrella will take on the Chinese, but never become one. The world has changed. It is no longer after the First World War. It is now before the Second.
At a critical turning point in the Second World War, 80,000 Marines prepare for a daring assault on a strategic Japanese island.
We didn't know how dangerous it was. Never had a clue. It's like walking into a shooting gallery.
Confronted by overwhelming resistance, they risk everything to defeat a tyrannical enemy that has sworn to kill them and never surrender.
Roscoe is just unbelievable. How on earth that place?
Many of the Marines are boys, no older than 20. Many will never return from the black sand beaches of Iwo Jima and pay the ultimate price for their victory. December 7th, 1941. The Japanese launched an unprovoked attack on the U.S. naval fleet at Pearl Harbor. President Roosevelt spoke for the nation.
No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
Imperial Japan joined forces with Hitler and Mussolini the previous year to form the brutal Axis powers. The offensive strike on America was a defiant grab for power by the island nation and its military leaders. America was at war. U.S. forces struck back at the Japanese. They liberated a string of islands from the Imperial Army and pushed ever closer to the Japanese homeland. The U.S. set up air bases on these islands. And on November 24th, 1944, began a massive bombing campaign against Tokyo. For the Americans, Iwo Jima became an island of strategic importance. Situated halfway between Tokyo and their air bases in Saipan, the U.S. needed it to succeed in their advance on Japan. But to the Japanese, Iwo Jima was sovereign soil, the first defense of their homeland. The 8 square miles of volcanic rock was equipped with radar installations to detect the approaching bombers and loaded with fire to intercept and destroy them. Over 100 American B-29 crews were lost. The Japanese fighters were also destroying U.S. ships. The island had to be taken. February 18th, 1945. In the early morning hours, the U.S. Navy began shelling Iwo Jima from both sea and air. Their objective was to soften the beachhead for the landing of 80,000 Marines that would begin that day. 19-year-old Private First Class Jim Norton was preparing for the invasion.
It was the most bombed place in the Pacific. And they figured they threw it on loose, thought that we'd probably get in about 3 to 4 days. Because
the Americans on the ships had no idea their shells were having little effect on the Japanese defenses. Japanese Navy Ensign Kiyoshi Endo.
We were ordered to make underground shelters where we took cover. The bombardment continued without a break, but we were able to endure.
The Japanese carved over 16 miles of tunnels and fortified gun emplacements under the entire island. Inside Mount Suribachi, the tunnels plunged 7 stories into the earth and included a heavily fortified hospital and command center.
Sounds fun!
Japanese Imperial Army Lieutenant General Takemichi Kurabayashi commanded the island from deep inside Suribachi. Outnumbered and outgunned by the U.S., he could not win.
Damn.
His strategy was simple and brutal.
Hey, Paul,
Kill
how
as
you
many
doing?
Marines as possible. He ordered each of his soldiers
What
to
am
take
I
at most
doing?
10
I'm working
American
my ass
lives.
off because tomorrow I'm going to go out and try and sell some glass. And I want to have as much of it as I can get my hands
Japanese
on.
Master Sergeant Kei Kanai was 21 years
I
old.
only know one damn glass blower. Unfortunately.
It was considered an honor to die.
It's going to give me their glass, that is.
We've gladly offered
that
our
would be
lives
me.
under such a virtuous commander. On Iwo Jima, the Japanese soldiers could not count on any help from their Navy or Air Force. All the Japanese warships and fighter planes were being moved to a neighboring island. They were preparing for the inevitable final
That or metal.
the Americans on Okinawa.
Motherfucking metal. Or tiny bubbles.
The Japanese left on Iwo
Little tiny
Jima had to
bubbles.
hold the island alone. The U.S. battle plan to take the island was to land 3 divisions of Marines.
What about cheap pipes, cheap bubblers? A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
For one group. The 5th Division's 28th Marines
I made a little bit of both.
split the Japanese defenses.
Now I'm going to continue the trend, hopefully, without any 3rd-degree burns today. There you go. Is that Mongolia? Mongolia's been having some big quakes. Maybe that's because they have big mountains up there. I need to turn it up. So we're in our window. And she's double inducing, so I'm wondering if it's going to hit over a 5 or not. That's a question. It may. It may not. Is announcing food shortages today. Who says? Why they oh, I'm okay, Diane. I'm working. I want to know about the fucking Bears, Pollyanna. Hey, if I can't handle a little pain, I'm in trouble. It's okay. I'm okay. What's up, Gino? No, I haven't grown any this season. I was told not to by mother. I told the Hopi not to hold out their hope. I told everybody not to grow outdoors. And the corn fucking went 2 foot and died from Denver to Dallas. I don't know what to say. I was right. And that was before it happened, folks. I was on record telling everybody I wasn't playing outside. Was I or was I not? What's up, Jelly? How you doing, man? You can ask Polly that. She knows. Because I was sounding crazy. I was like, man, you got 3 sons, though, fucking beaming down this year. I said, so it ain't going to be a good harvest. I've been watching it get bad. And I didn't expect it to be that spectacularly bad. Marijuana laws do that. It ain't the weed. Gino, I don't I, you know, I don't trust anything online. Have problems with that. You haven't seen if they're awake yet? I was wondering if that's where you'd been, if you was out there traipsing around checking on the bears or not. If you deal with online shit, that sounds better every day. Nice, Joey. I'd be growing out in my window and the sun's off real bad. Say you're gonna get my life insured. What? I'm not going to Washington to riot? No. These people they're rioting to keep the bloodline in. I think the funny thing is Biden isn't the bloodline. He's like the second president elected since 1871 that isn't bloodline. And he's a fucking drooling fool, man. This is, and we all know he didn't get the popular vote, for fuck's sake. If I was a voter, I would have voted for Trump. Just because we've tried Biden as vice president. I wasn't impressed. But how better to rip out the rug from people's feet? I was making bubblers. Biden's, thank you, Jelly. Yes. Yes. He's mentally handicapped. Like I said, they got the Antifas. They got everybody scared that the fucking far left is gonna fucking freak out and kill everybody. Man, look what just happened. Look what's going on. Who's doing that? It ain't Antifa. It's everybody who's afraid of Antifa out there fucking, and it's the biggest fucked up play I've ever seen in my life. And I am just sitting back talking about these motherfuckers. They're playing right along with what they want them to do. And that is fight each other in the streets, break into the Capitol building, make it look like we're at war with ourselves, burn Syria to the ground, and watch everybody get their fucking neck cut. See, that's the plan. After they spread hideous shit through their fucking vaccines and populations that have been vaccinated. How you doing, Cosmic? You go to Shark Tank. Fuck Shark Tank. God. You go to Shark Tank. They get me on Shark Tank, I'm gonna be like, watch your moon, it's doing cartwheels tonight. And we ain't gonna sell nothing. Fuck. Who are you talking to, Gina? You're gonna get me in trouble on Shark Tank. You're gonna get Shark Tank in trouble. They're gonna blow up the set. Can't talk about the moon in front of fucking that many people. What the fuck? What the fuck? I got a little bowl. It's just teeny. I'm gonna lighten it. I got a couple hand pipes to make, a couple more bubblers. Yeah, I'm gonna eat myself out of glass. I gotta make a horse. I can't find the fucking knight. There's another knight laying around here. I know I made both knights. Either way, I gotta make a knight for that mushroom chest set. When did he redeclare? He didn't have to redeclare. We're already in a national emergency. Oh, well, that's why the National Guard's around the. Yeah. I did too, Matt. I assume it is too. I keep telling Pollyanna, be fucking careful. Like, a drip tip can be a million different sizes. Unfortunately, I wouldn't. You have to fit those things, don't you? Well, the bats are not really hibernating. You ain't seeing no bears. They might have gone out of the area too. You don't know. I don't know. If you ain't seeing none, that's abnormal. Unless they're all hibernating. I've just started noticing a bunch of birds around here, and like I said, they're flying in both directions. I'm guessing they're either lost or know something we don't. Um, Insects. I noticed little gnats around this year that aren't. And like I said, we've been having the fucking murder hornets or whatever the fuck they call those things. The South American fucking sting you and you swell up like a football hornet. Fucking scary. Terror hornet or some shit. Yeah, apple blossoms and shit happening, and there's cherry blossoms and shit going on. I'm like, well, that's kind of strange. It's fucking mid-January. Oh, your handles fell off. What, cooking dishes? Yeah, I can make cooking dishes too. I make the coffee pots, but you got, if you're working with Pyrex in the kitchen, you gotta set it on a towel and not the cold counter when it comes out the oven. Yeah, the animal kingdom's fucking crazy right now. Well, Nat, you are fucked right now. Ta-da! I feel like that. Um, yeah, you just gonna have to wait on that. I don't have the glass to do it. I'm using the last of my tubing right at the moment. I really don't have any glass. Um, Something like it's gonna take me a little while before I can get some. I pay through. I usually do postal money order. That's usually how I do it. You haven't seen any of the big cats either, huh? Might be lost, damaged, or stolen. I'm telling. I've been watching the geese around here. It's crazy. A lot of the bigger geese are just they're they're flying north and south, and it's crazy to watch. I will. Yeah, I need to get another case of glass so I can work something like that out for you. I only have a 13 by 13 by 9 kiln, so I don't know what kind of pot you're looking for, but I mean, I can make some pans. They're real pretty. Now see, there's an issue. Shipping is going to cost you a fuck ton of money unless you can investigate a good way to get shit back and forth. Because I just shipped shit as the elephant, the cat, and damn near cost her as much as the elephant. The geese need a Chewbacca mask. Nobody's listening. I know. That's normal. Geese usually migrate this time of year. Usually it's mid-January. They're usually out of here by now. But they're heading north, they're heading south. But you get people like, oh yeah, they're migrating. It's fucking mid-January. I go live every day. Don't forget. Us over here. Yeah, it's always been cold January, February. March, it starts to warm up a little bit. 60 yesterday. 57. Call me a liar for 3 degrees. 57 yesterday. Today, I think it's above freezing. It's been a nice day. It was cold though. Let me see. We'll make sure. Temperature, La Junta.
It's 46 degrees in La Junta right now.
It's almost
There's
50.
currently a high wind warning in
45.
effect.
But the wind is kicking it. 35 to 45 mile an hour winds. And it is kicking. It's chilly as fuck. Gusts up to 50. So shit. Let's see. Tomorrow, 45 again. Okay, so it's 45 all the way till Tuesday. Then they say it's going to go to 39, then 51 again. And I'm all like, yeah. So it's warmed up a little bit this year from last. Ooh, raw eye pendants. Baby Yoda. Raw eye pendants. Yeah, I need to make some of those on. Fuck spell check. Oh my god. I've been getting on the chat Nazis. Getting on them. Thank you for or I'll go over your channel and be like, look, you got 0 content. You over here, your contribution has been correcting spelling in fucking YouTube chat. Thank you for your contribution to humanity. No, you're fucking blocked because I don't give a fuck about my spellings. I misspellings everything. I kind of get into fucking intellectual debates. What can I say? Like a boxing match with your brain. Most people come into it face first with their hands behind their back. Like, hi. It's like a sport. Oh my god. Creative spelling, there you go. My synapse is firing fast. That's the problem. Fully lit. That marijuana. It's a enhancement, you know. Enhances your thought process. They don't like that shit. Chat usually does go slow. Watch when I turn back on the documentary and start blowing glass, then y'all start talking about dirty stuff. See, Well, see, there's rules here that this isn't my Angry Catfish channel, you know. So some people might not have watched all them videos over there and the moon flipping and understand it. So, like I said, this is my workspace. This is where I work, and I really don't chat a whole lot. Some days, we sit here for hours and chat. Most days we sit here for hours and chat with marijuana. The other day, everybody got to watch me burn my fucking hand. So I had to take yesterday off. I couldn't fucking stand myself. But I generally like this chat because y'all are always getting blocked for talking about the moon on these truther channels. So where else do you have? Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's healing up all right. It doesn't look as bad as it did. That top part was fucking roasted, and this part down here was roasted pretty good too. And it's hard. That's a hard fucking blister. It's sore still. But I'll live. I've burned myself a lot worse. I let go of that motherfucker fast, though. I let go of that motherfucker fast. I don't even know what possessed me to grab that shit. I really don't. I fucking stupid. Man. I ain't out to get nobody. I ain't out to get nobody nothing but understanding for themselves what's going on, because you can't believe me. You how many people you believed and led you right to, oh my god, I can't believe I believed that. Well, and that I'm trying to get you to fucking know something. That's different. And I don't take donations. And it's only good for you. I don't like being a dickhead to everybody, but you know what? I honest to God, do you know how much time I underestimate at 50,000 hours? All right. And people want me to come back and backtrack, and I know you get it. I'm just saying, I ain't trying to, I ain't trying to attack nobody. That's why you're still here. You know, I understand. It just this requires you to actually step back a minute and look at what's going on. That's all I ask of anyone. To and I feel like Captain Obvious because I point out some pretty obvious shit, like this presidential election. For God's sake, it says right in the Constitution that we form an elector that chooses the president. It doesn't say anything and about us is the state senates do that shit. We don't have a hand in it at all. None. Zero. Boom. Period. Don't even know who's being nominated. Shit. It's right there in the contract. You hand them their fucking, well, you live in the UK. Your constitution's different. You're under parliament. Well, in truth, sir, we're under crown rule. Everybody that gets their money printed from the UK banks is 180 nations. We helped y'all do that. We fucked up in 1814, handed over the power again. 1812 we jumped into Canada and got our asses whooped. And we signed the treaty again in 14. Are you a narcissist now, Pollyanna? Because you're always right. I get that a lot. And you know what I tell them? I don't give a fuck. Whatever. It's it is what it is. They will attack you if they can't attack the information. I do know about maritime law. I would have probably looked at you and told you you're crazy. They ain't immortal. They are of the bloodline. They ain't immortal. Now they could like buy your beating heart in your chest while it's still there and then have you subdued and take it if they wanted to. And transplant it. Probably live to about 100 and then croak. They want evidence that the moon's rolling in the sky. I know that it Pollyanna. That's one of these moments, isn't it? It's like, oh, wait a minute. You want me to make a picture so you can tell me I twisted my camera? Why don't you look at the moon in the sky? There's your evidence. It's in the sky. Oh my goodness. Yeah, maritime law, that's what this entire court system's all about. Corporate law. His lack of intelligence. Well, some people just need it pointed out. What up, Brood? How you doing, man? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've never provided my own pictures of it. I use Homebrews channel. But all right, we're back over here at Homebrews channel. Look, your moon's flipping. Good to hear, John. What can I say? Fuck. I expect y'all to look at it. That should get somebody to look at it like, damn, I'm gonna go look. I'm trying to Bobby Maverick, but I'm not good at it. I'm trying to get your moon flipping. What's wrong with that boy? I'm gonna take another hit. Oh my goodness. That's some good stuff, man. Yeah. So when's your next fucking awe-inspiring video coming out, man? I've been like jonesing for some brew. I don't have any new material to steal from you. Generally Fridays. Yeah. I'm hard pressed for stuff to fucking talk about. Because it's all the same thing. There we go. There's our illusion starting to act up. But it's low grade. 3.6. Mom must be doing some inducing of heat. Or maybe it's a precursor. She's double inducing, top and bottom. I'm still expecting bigger than fucking, what was that? 4.6? Where are we? There you are. 3.6. There's another one coming. Am I okay with scientifically? You can go over there and watch his videos. It might do you some good, keeping in mind that we got 3 sons. We're not all doomed. I don't care what you watch. He's got some good. If you want to read them hieroglyphs, that's the guy to go look at. Motion Everything Field Defined's a good place to start. I was never really had much of a problem with Lee until he started acting funny. I've been trying to poke Lee for a while, and he got mad at me because I was trying to hand him Ra Mat, and he thinks that the whole Aya Ra indicates and Horus indicate Birkeland current and it's just the clef. It's just the clef that indicates the Birkeland current, and that's global in stone, not just in Giza, but it's just the clef. The eyes are actually the magnet signatures of these suns that travel together. And he didn't want to see it. He wanted to fight. He wants to say we only got one sun and we're all doomed. God's going to blink out all existence. I'm like, well, I don't know, man. I can't see from either one of my accounts. YouTube ain't hid none of my shit. You tell me. You tell me what, and if I look at it, I can tell if it's hidden. And I throw a fit. I think I've got one hidden on there for my view. Oh, I know. He was angry with me because of the cold moon thing. I wanted to know what the fuck that was about because people was bringing me cold moon, and I'm like, holy fuck, he went off the deep end. That's what happened. He went off the fucking deep end. Well, the more you know, the more you're right. And you can't help it that they don't know. You can only try to show them. And if they don't want to look, then what are you going to do? You can poke them in the eye and walk away. If they want to fight, fight them. Give them a fucking intellectual battle they ain't never had. Make them walk away talking shit. I'm taking my ball, going home. You're mean. See how that works? Give a fuck. I do too. I don't waste my time with much anybody anymore. I am quick to liberate them. Think you're on the wrong channel. It's like Robert. I just liberated Robert a little bit ago because he's over here talking about dudes and weather manipulations, and I'm like, have you not noticed that the moon's doing fucking cartwheels? He goes, I'm not all about the moon. I'm like, you're on the wrong page then. And if you don't understand what the fuck that means, oh Christ. I think you know what, Robert, already. You scroll up here. He's hidden from the channel. Yeah, way up there. So I forget his name. He's probably over there on my other. Yes. He's probably over there on Angry Catfish calling me all kinds of names because I've hid him from this channel. That's the guy. McIntyre, I guess. Tyree. McIntyre. McIntyre, I'm assuming. He's blocked over there too. Yeah, he's. I gave him every chance in the world, and I was like, "Look, dude, And he's like, "Well, I'm not about the moon," and I'm like, "Well, then you're on the wrong channel. Bye. Have a good day." I've made several videos expressing how important it is you understand what the fuck's going on before you ever speak over here. You might end up not ever being able to speak over here. I'll take you over there and block you there too. You fucking give me any shit. You better go back and look at one of my older videos instead of my newest ones. Because that's where my proofs are. If you want to deal with my proofs, then you go look at them. I'm just not into it. Yeah. Well, I've seen him in here a couple times, but he was just going on and on and on. And then he started arguing with me. I pulled out the moon. He started talking about, "Ooh, fuck the moon. I'm not all about the moon." He's very polite. "I'm not all about the moon." I'm like, there's one solution for that. Because if you ain't all about the moon, then you haven't figured it out yet. What that fucking means. If you understand what that means, then what the fuck do you want me to do about it? We tilted. Now we can talk about the 2-foot fucking corn from Denver to Dallas and all over the fucking place. And what are you going to eat this fucking spring? He did. He got to talk to my hand then, motherfucker. Go look at your moon. Because you got to understand that first. That's truly, honestly, truly some very simple preschool stuff. The problem is it's almost, you just don't want to really deal with the repercussions of holy fuck, we're on our side. See, that's, I went through that. I broke out a tennis ball and tried to prove to myself that there was some other way to do it. And I have never been able to find one yet. I know, Jackie. I'm going to try to do that from now on. What the fuck I was thinking, grabbing a hold of that. Yeah, edible plant books are a good idea, Holly. Well, they're eating alfalfa and hay. Those two, the grasses food seem to be doing okay. That's the horse food. That's, I mean, yeah, we're going to see some fucking huge fuck repercussions from this. Absolutely. Yeah, it's very few views on these important videos, John. I know it's aggravating. And then having people come and ask you the question that you just made a fucking video about, explaining and showing, and jeez. Yeah, they don't have anything but they were saying they don't have anything but the sagebrushes to eat at this point. I drove by the feedlot and it was about 3/4 full. The cows, they're doing a cutoff right now. I haven't seen it like that in a couple years. I'm assuming that beef's going to start going up soon. All the foods are, but I mean, yeah, well, that's the thing, Pollyanna. The fear that there's no food in the fields for them this year is what the problem is. They're eating sagebrush and palmetto. They don't eat that shit, but there's nothing else for them to eat in the wild. And all the domestic food died at 2 foot tall. That is the problem. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a look. That's why I've been telling folks, you guys get your rice and beans on. It's cheap, it's light, it's portable. Peanut butter is always a good option too. Yeah, everything that's left, huh? Well, they didn't have a very good harvest this year either. Of course, some folks did. Some things grew great. But I mean, even the vegetables and shit that did grow, we're finding are being recalled because the seeds are growing inside the vegetables completely fucking, you know, all kinds of shit's going on that is just not normal with our food supply. Um, and it's because of fucking, you know, it begins with the moon is doing cartwheels in our sky every night. Pretty good indicator that something is afoot that is way bigger than our government leaders combined. And keep saying that should be the starting point for global unification of we the people instead of they the power structure. Hopefully, that would be cool. And we can get rid of this shit and be of creation and love each other. Yeah, I used to plant with the moon. How you gonna do that shit now? Look at the corn. I think the farmers were confused. They saw the wrong moon. There is a lot of traditions that are just out the fucking window. A lot of them, and the new generation just didn't have any idea. I guess that's a good portion of the population too. Well, we can pretty much make electricity out of air. Yeah, I got some working models there, including some of your tattooed monkey that he doesn't have on his video page anymore, and that showing you how to do it with two magnets and a copper wire. You'll recognize them, the swords, the prophets. Yeah, we do. We have working models all over the place in Raymond. People putting their heads together. All I did was go out and look. I was like, look. Like, look at this one. I really like that one. I like this one. And the source of the fucking tattooed monkey, Ken Wheeler. He's got what I think is the best, and it's the Dendora box solution as to why there's no moving parts, but there's electrical wires coming out of it. I'll show you exactly why on my video, but you can't find it on his page. Tesla's dangerous. Have you seen his shit in action? You could die. You could die real quick. Fucking around with Tesla, that's some juice, man. But on the other hand, my toothbrush, you know, the Sonic Cares, they charge. You sit them on the charger thing. They ain't got no metal, and the closer you bring them to the charge thing, the brighter the charge light gets. You ain't even touching shit. That's some Tesla technology. They got coil to coil going on in there. Some RF. It's not really healthy either. Well, Donald Trump's uncle confiscated them trunks a long time ago. I'd certainly think that we're seeing some of it coming out. And they keep it from people because, and people figure it out all the time because if you coil your, and then bury it in a certain spot, you're sucking off of the grid. Well, they have detectors that can do that because it's such a common thing for people to try to do. And it's dangerous. You know, that's why I'm not telling you exactly how to fucking do it. But that's borderline Tesla and pretty well known. And you know, all the unserviced power lines that they don't tear down, they've got those things all grounded at every pole because they're collecting energy throughout the whole system out there. All they're really doing is pushing the energy at an alternated current in one direction. You're not really generating too much electricity in the scope of things. Those wires, that's why they're hanging in the air. They are using, that's Tesla technology right there. They're harnessing from the air itself. That's why they have electromagnetic fields running through them too. When the charge is running in the single direction. What's not to like about ivory? Ouch. Well, when you go back on my page and you go from the oldest and you scrolling down and you start seeing the Pharaoh cell, click on the first one you run into. That's your boy. I'm showing you how to make a black hole with a video of his. That's the second video of his that's no longer on his channel. And you know, he's just like Lee, but well, he's, you know, before he did that, he made 2 videos talking about the government agencies messing around with him and shit. And I don't know what happened, but his content went down, and instead of him, he went to gravity model of big mass to make the black hole, which doesn't even make sense. So That's just where I'm at on all these guys that I've been using as information. At some point, it seems that they're getting paid off. Somebody was talking about the other day, somebody had like 1,000 subscribers or some stupid shit like that. And he was like, I'm done. They paid me X amount of money and I'm out. It's apparently just what they're doing. And what they've been doing for a long time. And I've been pointing out that that's what they do. And that's, some people decide to take that weekly check too. I mean, I act like a fool over here on the camera, talk about Tiamat all day. Tiamat's gravity well and act so crazy that people that usually are good at looking at body language completely fucking negate looking, and then they fool you, even God knowing you shouldn't be. That bitch ain't fucking crazy as she puts on. All this, she might be crazy as she puts it. She ain't crazy in the way she puts on. Her voice starts to grate me now like Claudia. And the only way I can stomach it is through my boy Logic. Because he makes me laugh about it. Oh, my hate. I told him today, I said, I think you got a fucking alphabet soup lady you're fucking digging on right now, dude. I backed off of it. I'm trying to get him to debunk my shit. I say, here, man, look, I'll give you $1,000 for me wrong. Gina, Annette, I'm sitting here. Gina ain't what she seems to be. How's that? She ain't as crazy as on that. Albers is like an 8th grade educated person drug out of fucking God knows where and held up as some kind of physicist. She ain't no physicist. And her physics is fucked. Her physics is just fucked. I've checked the school. She says she ain't on no fucking no list, nowhere. She never attended there. Never, none, no, she said no dean's, nothing. I found her high school. And it wasn't high school, it was grade school through 8th. That's all I could find. I couldn't find a high school, even a mention of it. The trail stopped at 8th grade. She does, Jelly. It grates you like a chalkboard. And this other lady's starting to get to be that point with me. Every time I hear her, I get chills. Oh, God. She's outside wiring up my car right now. So I just left it alone. Usually I'll pick on somebody and then pick on them, but I ain't going to pick on her. I made one video and then I looked into her a little bit and I was like, back away, back away. Then I had 2 more confirmations that I should probably back away from, including her. And she's not blocked on this channel or my other one, but she's in my chat. And the only statement she made, which is very chilly of her to do, is she corrected the spelling somebody had made of her name. I was like, oh, fuck. Here she is. But there's another well-known agent that frequents her channel and donates her a lot, which is a signal. It ain't getting mine, it's a signal. And kind of made my breath catch. I was like, oh, dear God, that seals the deal. So, yeah, I started watching her a little bit, and I was like, oh, God, I'm so stupid not to have seen that act that she's doing. Two angry pixies on her. Oh, God. She is definitely off her rocker, Jelly, but I'm sure in different ways we haven't even dreamed of. And it ain't her thinking spiders come from Mars or the moon, whatever. It's totally different level. Yeah, well, it's like, what's his name over there at the Planet X with who's married, Scott, who's married to her. He's all talking about, I did research too. And I'm like, but in all that research, you've never found the moon is doing cartwheels. I mean, you're looking where? Your sky, your entire sky is doing fucking cartwheels in the night, and where it shouldn't be, and where it should, it's not. And it's very telling that we've turned onto our side, and fucking your research sucks. It's not about a planet. It's not about a planet with a sun's core, there's 7 of them in it. Even Logic's making fun of that. He won't touch Ra. But anyway, the whole network is just built on misinformation, and I see when someone's talking, I see them using those terms, and I know where they've been. I'm like, all right, yeah, okay. So it's a good marker for who people are believing and such, for me, to be honest. I'm like, oh, bing, bing, keywords, keyword. That's an Albers listener, or whatever, whoever. Yeah, I don't have any of that fancy stuff, thank God. This dollar quarter stuck in your toaster this morning. You ain't supposed to stick forks in there, Jelly. I know the feeling, Polygon. Yeah, it is what it is, dude. I'm thinking fish tonight. I'm not sure what I want for dinner. I think fish and rice, some sort of vegetable. So I'm not even asking the kid because he'll be like, raviolis or something stupid like that. I'm having fish. I got a chunk of tea in my coffee pot. Yeah, that just shows you how little people can look up of their own. Just a simple TMI. Just that's it. It's all it takes. Right there in your little address bar. You could even miss and hit your search. It don't matter. You're gonna come up with a crumbled asteroid belt. It's like, wait a minute. Biscuits and gravy sound good too, John. Loads of women. Oh God. See now you're acting like I ain't hear y'all talking dirty again. Are they hairy biscuits, John? Maybe an after dinner minute. Hairy biscuits suck. I got green biscuits. So it's 4:23, and I want to make some hand pipes. Figure out what else I'm gonna make because I went out on a limb and bought a new tank of oxygen. I want to use it up. Fit more. It was like I was weighing. Do I go out with what I got, or should I just throw another $40 down on tank of oxygen and make some more? So I'm gonna do that. Nice, Annette. I feel I don't generally hate women. I'm very wary of you. I know what makes you tick an awful lot as a general species. And you truly are. I gotta think about it. Give me a second. You are God's most loyal creatures until something shiny comes along. Then, then everybody in the world's to blame except for that you and that shiny thing. And I'm never right when you're around. Well, they have been tested in the mRNA vaccinations, and they generally end up with palsy. Generally. I think celibacy keeps you pretty clear-minded as far as it helps you stay unbiased. I think. Well, like I look at you as like no different than a guy. If you're a girl, I couldn't care less. And I've always heard that there's no real women online. They're all guys in dresses. So I don't know. I met Kendra. She's a real girl. Overland, I know. That's why I was just reading over here. My winds right now are tropical storm level. And I just kind of blinked. I was like, okay. Everyone's a bot. See, there you go, Glenn. I gave my wrenches to bots. Yeah, well, I think once you become secure in being an individual and don't really have anything in it, that kind of frees you up an awful lot. Hmm. There's an awful lot of field line pushy things going on. Where's our last pop? We're in the 3 hour window, right? Where we at? One. All right. So we've got about a half hour in our 3 hour window to hit 5 up in the illusions. I'm not sure if it's going to make it with a 5. It just had a 3-6. Poor John. Somebody give that kid a rent. You don't see high winds? We've got high wind advisories here in Colorado. I just pulled it up a little bit ago. I'll say that it is quite chilly because of the breeze. It's blowing pretty good. Go give somebody a timeout. $40-mile-an-hour gusts. Yeah, they were talking about 50, 55-mile-an-hour gusts here. I'm like, fuck that. I know, John. That's why I give him my worst foot forward, man. If you can't handle that, well, yeah, I guess you just can't. What can I say? I don't hide my fucking mean-spirited self. Time me out. I don't try to hide my anger or my fucking frustration or my any of that. I don't try to hide none of that. And I think that's the same. You're hitting on a big problem of it there, John. Everybody got that mask on, trying to make your best behavior, and it's like, you gotta drop that shit. If you see somebody being a fucktard, let them know. Don't grab the fucking hot glass. If you see him going into fight mode because somebody's sneaking up on him, let him know it's just Sheamus before he throws his torch on the ground. I had an eventful week last week, didn't I? Oh my God. Oh, you want to see it again? It's looking pretty good today. I let go of it really, really fast, Bird. I knew what I did as soon as I did it. I was like, why did I do that? Dumbass. Dumb move. Give a fuck. What is? It's that hot, man. Let it go. You're not gonna catch it. Looks like where you're at. That sounds rough, Doc. Yeah, the child care system is suck. That's why I try to stay away from it. That's how I've held on to him for so long. I just don't ask for anything. I stay away from it. Oh. More hand pipes. Hand pipes. I forgot to turn on the documentary again, didn't I? We was listening to freaking taking of Iwo Jima.
Mount Suribachi. Private First Class John Douglas was 19 years old at the time.
And I can still see that in my mind's eye yet, looking it over and looking over the mountain. And that was, I can tell you that I didn't know how successful we'd be going up that mountain. I thought that was probably going to be a bad scene.
"19-year-old Private First Class Clay Coble.
There was never any talk about if we'll take it or that sort of thing. we're going to get it. And we're going in there, and the Japanese are going to surrender, or, boys, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're going to have to kill them. Now, I know killing, a lot of people have a lot of clones, but if you don't kill them, they kill you. An 18-year-old doesn't think too far ahead. I mean, you know you're going into action, and I wasn't really scared. I knew, one thing that concerned me was, I knew when I went over that rope ladder in the morning, that I was leaving the mothership, that I would have nothing of America. You know, I would just be on a place that I just had no idea about anything that was going to happen to me.
Nor are you going to be there, really.
On the eve of the invasion, Marines attended church services on their troop transports.
I mean, most guys, I think, were pretty much ship shape with the Almighty when they were getting going in, because you never knew whether they were going to be in eternity or not, you know.
The day of the planned assault was Monday, February 19th, 1945.
You could have heard a pin drop right on board ship, because everybody was, pretty tense. But I only knew what was ahead of us, was they going to get wounded, killed, or what it's going to be like. Nobody talked down the hole when we were waiting to go. So they say, Marines, report to your debarkation station. Green Sergeant just said, this is it, let's go. Leg over the rail and started climbing down. They like to be climbing up, but you're climbing down. Don't you want to do anything but that, but that's what your orders on, that's what you've been trained to do. So you do it.
As the Higgins boats filled with Marines, they left the ships and began circling, waiting for the signal to hit the beach. Inside the small wooden crafts, the Marines were easy targets.
When you've never had fire coming toward you, you don't even know what it sounds like, but all of a sudden you realize they sounds are different than when you're firing. Sounds like a ping, 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 ping. When you're firing yourself, it's quite noisy. And then when you see people falling, they're hit.
Get him out of the way! No, Jack! Hurry up! Get in where you can! Get in where you can! Up front! All right!
The invasion began at 9 a.m. when the first wave of landing craft were ordered ashore. For the Japanese waiting on the island, surrender was not an option.
I ordered that each man receive 2 grenades. The first grenade was intended for the enemy. The second grenade was to be used to commit suicide if they were severely wounded or were going to be captured. The soldiers knew they could not be taken by the Americans at any cost. All those who killed themselves before their capture would die with honor.
As the first wave of Americans landed, the Japanese forces pounded them with heavy machine gun fire and shelling.
They were completely decimated by volleys of fire from Japanese rockets, mortars, and artillery pieces. The damage to the Americans who tried to land was enormous.
The men on the beach reported back to the command ship that they were pinned down by the overwhelming Japanese resistance. The 28th Marines H Company could not move in until the beach was cleared. They circled and waited, without any protection from enemy fire and shells.
I really realized that I could very well be killed. We could see planes being shot down, coming down the flame and smoke, and crashing in the water. Guys don't want to say, I'm scared. If one guy says it, then the whole boatload is worried. You keep it to yourself.
Corporal Wesley Plummer was 20 years old.
I read
the 23rd Psalm a couple of times. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. I've carried it ever since I left Iwo Jima.
3 hours after the first wave stormed the beaches, they had finally broken through. H Company was ordered to land.
Whether you like it or not, you're going. Gotta go.
Corporal Charles Johnson was 21 years old.
As soon as the second boat hit the deck and the kids no one down, I looked through all the junk and everything. I said, holy Christ, this place is something else. This is going to be something.
When the ramp drops, you all get out of there as fast as you can. Some go right, some go left, some go straight.
The Marines had trained for this day for thousands of hours. When they hit the beach, their training took over.
Everybody spreads out because you're taught that. You never ever keep together. Bad enough to get one guy killed instead of getting 4 or 5 killed. The reason that you want to clear the beach is they've already got their artillery and all their mortars zeroed in. They've got all the numbers in. All they have to do is just drop in the rounds. And that's you have to get off the beach because that's where they wipe you out.
To clear the beach, the Marines had to overcome the first of Iwo Jima's formidable natural defenses.
There's a tremendous 15 to 18 foot embankment of sand there. You gotta get up over that.
The island's unique volcanic ash sand was harder to move in than any of the Marines had expected.
It was terrible sand. It was very coarse and loose. You just practically went down to your ankles and it was tough to run.
You couldn't get traction from the sand. It was very difficult to walk or run, sort of like carpet riding.
The coarse sand made it impossible to dig in and find any cover. John Douglas had the extra burden of clearing the beach with a heavy Browning automatic rifle and clips of ammunition called magazines.
The weapon weighed 19.5 pounds. Each magazine weighed 1.5 pounds. I carried 13 magazines. And that's why I couldn't clear the beach. I couldn't go any farther. And when I went down, I could see the sand. So the machine gun was coming. And I couldn't get in the bottom. I couldn't move.
Like the Marines before them, the boys of H Company found themselves trapped on the beach. They were facing certain death from the Japanese guns, yet they could not free themselves from the treacherous black sand. Noon on February 19, 1945. The 28th Marines H Company landed on the treacherous sands of Iwo Jima. It was the first U.S. invasion of Japanese soil, and the Japanese defenders were prepared to die rather than surrender 1 yard to the Americans. Before the first day's end, the boys of H Company and the rest of the 28th Marines mission was to cut across the island nearly 700 yards over open enemy territory. As soon as the men hit the beach, they could only advance a few feet before they were trapped by crushing enemy fire. With the Japanese in front of them and a wall of wreckage behind them, there was no chance for relief. The Japanese destroyed much of the heavy equipment the Marines were depending on to take the island. Corporal Wesley Thomas.
When we landed on the beach, it was very crowded. Some of the boats, they had to stop offshore because there wasn't any place for them to stop or land.
Private First Class Bill Nichols was 19 years old.
You could smell the cordite, the gunpowder, very readily, and there were sights of there were sights that you would see, but you would not want to share them anyway. People have been literally destroyed, or some were wounded, trying to find some place to get out.
Three-hole. The best way I can explain, I look at the beach here, so I look at the best way on earth. That's the best way I can explain it. Terrible look at that.
6,000 Marines were wounded. Their bodies ripped apart by Japanese guns. Medical corpsmen and doctors fought to save lives in the midst of the carnage. U.S. Navy Lieutenant Dr. Thomas Brown.
All the men that I saw on the beach in our battalion when I landed were dead. It wasn't but a minute or two until I heard the corporal saying, "Oh, Jesus, help me." He was attending a wounded Marine whose part of his skull had been blown away. And I said, "Roy, I'm not Jesus, but I'll help you." We bandaged his head. There wasn't really much to do, and he'd given him a shot of morphine. The man was dying, and we knew it. And just a few minutes, he fired with his last gasp.
The Marines believed the months of intense U.S. bombing before the battle eliminated the enemy defenses. But once the men landed, heavy fire was coming at them from fortified bunkers dug into the side of Mount Suribachi.
Every Marine on the island had the thought, I know that at some time I'm going to get hit. I don't know when or how bad, but I'm not going to get off this island without having been hit. We were like sitting ducks.
The men of H Company had to advance. They had to get off the beach or they would be slaughtered. In the face of relentless enemy fire, they climbed over the beach embankment and onto an exposed plateau.
When we got over the rise, the first rise on the beach was when all hell broke loose. And that's when we started having a lot of casualties because of all the firepower and the shelling and so forth that was going on.
I mean, it was heavy stuff coming in. I mean, artillery fire and mortars and grenades and rifle fire and everything.
I got off the beach and the first thing I thought I saw was I thought this is my first scene of a dead Jap. And I got up there and it was only legs. And it was just the bottom, and they had the same kind of leggings that I had on, the same kind of shoes that I had on. I knew it was a Marine.
It was impossible for the Marines to fight an invisible enemy.
I didn't see any Japanese at any time getting off the beach. They could see us, but we couldn't see them. And that was a very confusing part.
The Japanese turned the entire island into an underground fortress. Miles of interconnected underground bunkers and caves ran the entire length of Iwo Jima. The tunnels gave the Japanese their only advantage: surprise attacks. Japanese ensign Seiya Oide.
Japan had less than 21,000 men on Iwo Jima, and the US had several times more. The Americans possessed superior weapons and greater stockpiles of supplies. But Iwo Jima had to be defended to the end in order to protect the Japanese mainland.
Because of the tunnel network, the Japanese could ambush the Marines from any direction. No matter where the Marines moved, they were constantly surrounded by enemy fire.
You just kind of zigzagged, and you didn't really know what you were zigzagging from, but you just did. That's the way you're training, and you go as far as you can and safely, and then keep your line, and then get down. If you've never been shot at by two or more people that's trying to kill you, you've missed an experience. Because when bullets come close to your head, they make a pop noise. I mean, a very loud pop noise. Of course, as long as you hit them, you're okay. It's those that you don't hear that gives you trouble. You're bound to get hit because it's just firepower everywhere. It's like walking into a shooting gallery.
The only cover the Marines could find was the massive bombed-out craters.
Well, you look for a hole to jump in, and then when you think you've been in that hole long enough, you take off again and jump in the next one. Wherever you could, some protection, you look for protection along the way.
When the men found cover, they used it to regroup.
We stopped for a break, and the squad leader took out a picture out of his billfold of his girlfriend back home. He kissed that picture, and he said, "Honey, if you could just see me now." He put it back in very carefully, very cautiously, in his billfold, and put his billfold back in his pocket. He stepped up over this little rise, and he was shot in the chest, and he fell back. He never did say another word, didn't groan. He was dead before he hit the ground. And I thought, man, they ain't in business, you know, they're going to kill all of us if they can.
Under crushing enemy fire, the men tried to push forward. Private First Class Jim Norton made it off the beach, only to receive orders to go back.
Go back, the rope is here.
He was a runner assigned to carry messages between commanders, but his squad was cut off without their radio equipment.
The other runner was killed landing on Eagle. So when the tennis took another knot to go back and get Wilson,
When Norton got to the beach, he was not prepared for the sight of his dead body.
I guess you just can't believe it. This happened, you know. But when you're seeing it, you just realize that he's gone. You know, it's a shock that you're going to see many times. I couldn't even find this stuff, you know. It was just chaos back there. I mean, guys were hollering at me, you know, get the hell out of here. And you just have to go on, you know, reading that. Somebody's going to take care of him and do something for him. I mean, his body. That's a tough thing to live with.
As the sun set on the first day, H Company stopped a few hundred feet short of covering the width of the island. Over 2,000 Marines were killed or wounded. Those that survived suffered extreme exhaustion. None of the Marines predicted the ferocity with which the Japanese fought.
After the first day of battle, we all had in our minds it was not going to be a 5-day battle, it was going to be much longer.
As the Marines prepared to spend their first night on Iwo Jima, sleep was not an option, no matter how tired they were.
Usually we get off a beach area and then go down to trees or brush or something, give you some cover. We had no cover, except to burrow in the sand.
Marine patrols probed the Japanese defenses under cover of darkness. They had no idea that with each step they took, the enemy was literally right under their feet. Hidden by their vast network of tunnels, the Japanese could strike anywhere, at any time. February 19th, 1945. As Navy ships shelled enemy positions on Iwo Jima, the Japanese responded with a heavy artillery barrage. The U.S. Marines on the island were caught in the crossfire. Private First Class Jim Norton.
The noise of those things going over was incredible. It sounded like a freight train. And with them exploding all over the place. I didn't know if it did this or this, or you end up in the tragedy next second. It was just unbelievable.
Holes and craters from the retreat shelling provided them with shooting protection. An artillery shell landed right next to PFC Norton. Pressure fire all around him. He didn't dare leave the hole.
I expected it to go off anytime. Big going, thing like that. It didn't, but it was there for days.
In the black of night, Japanese forces had a clear advantage. They had created hidden firing positions called Spider Connect. Connected to their vast network of tunnels, they used them to ambush the Marines. Outmanned and outgunned, the Japanese had to rely on surprise to gain any advantage in their Americans. But the Marines were trained to be wary of Japanese tricks and avoid shooting at night, even if they thought they saw an enemy soldier. Private First Class Bill Nichols.
We've been told don't open fire at somebody at night unless you're real sure, because several things. One, you may get the wrong man. Two, you may give away your concealment or your position.
PFC Nicholas carried a Browning automatic rifle which could fire 450 rounds per minute. It was a powerful weapon, which made Nicholas a prime target of Japanese snipers.
Shooting that Browning automatic rifle out into the middle of nowhere, you'll do nothing more than draw fire.
Where's it coming from?
At night, to distinguish friend from foe, the Marines used passwords. They chose words with sounds that did not exist in the Japanese language.
The passwords were either cars or trees.
They gonna like it. They gonna like it.
Lincoln, because they have a tough time pronouncing L's. And you were to use maple, because they have a real tough time pronouncing those.
When the sun finally rose on the second morning, Private First Class Jim Norton discovered he survived the night only because of the vigilance of a fellow Marine.
They outside the foxhole probably within 5 feet was they're Japanese and they had all kinds of stuff on them to blow us up. So somebody got him before he got us. And we were that way every night, You never play tricks on you. You think you see them and they're not there, but a lot of times they are and you don't see them.
That morning, the 28th Marines H Company was to begin the assault on the right side of Mount Suribachi. They were to make the assaulting Japanese resistance. Japanese Navy ensign Yoshi Endo watched the bombardment.
The American battleships were lined up in a row.
When one row completed their mission, the next one would come in from the south. The bombardment continued without a break. The Japanese returned fire, unleashing an intense artillery barrage. For the Marines on the ground, the shells were landing dangerously close. Corporal Wesley Plummer.
There was a terrific amount of shelling from the ships out at sea, and the planes strafing and bombing and dropping napalm bombs just a few hundred yards or so in front of us.
The U.S. commanders monitored the attack on board ship. At 8:30 a.m., the naval bombardment stopped to allow the Marines to move out. But when the Navy shelling ceased, the Japanese resistance was as heavy as before. The first troops to assault the mountain were devastated by heavy Japanese fire. Each company was called up to the lead.
They were all in bandages, blood-soaked bandages, and they had rifles turned upside down with plasma going out in there. The guys who were wounded.
Let's go.
And we thought, if we have to win where those guys were, then we're going to get the same treatment. Lots of wounds.
As the 28th Marines H Company took up their position, they were pinned down. Now they could finally see the enemy. The mountain was covered with hundreds of Japanese gun and mortar emplacements. Japanese gunners exacted a devastating toll on the company.
Bob Norman was shot. Our lieutenant was hit. All by the same Japanese position there.
Private First Class John Douglas.
We were drawing enemy fire from a part of Mount Suribachi that you could see. You could see them firing out of that area. We were having trouble. We couldn't move, and so the tank came up and tried to give us a little support.
The Sherman tanks brought the firepower of 75mm cannons. They also increased the danger for the Marines on the ground.
The tanks draw tremendous fire always from the enemy, usually mortar fire. And he was right back about as close as you can get. And we hollered at him to move because the mortars from the Japanese were coming right around us.
The tank crew's field of vision was limited by the vehicle's tiny windows. The crew couldn't find the Japanese mortar position without opening the hatch and exposing themselves to enemy fire. The company was going to be wiped out if it did not direct the tank's fire.
There's a telephone right there. You grab it and you can communicate with the driver of the tank and the rest of the people in there.
It was a suicide mission to get to the tank's telephone.
It was a terrible place to go to because all the small fire from the Japanese was directed at the tank. And anybody that was talking on it was probably going to get shot.
Charles Johnson didn't hesitate.
I really don't know what possessed me to do that. I don't know. I know that we need more firepower up there.
If Johnson didn't make it to the tank, the men of H Company would be slaughtered. On the second day of the Battle of Iwo Jima, the men of the 28th Marines H Company were pinned down at the base of Mount Suribachi. They were under heavy fire from the Japanese mortar. The Marines called in a Sherman tank to destroy the Japanese position, but the tank crew couldn't see the enemy.
You want you to go to tank on the
Corporal Charles Johnson risked death by trying to direct the tank crew's fire.
So we did what we really were trained to do, and that's to go into the back of the tank. And he told them where the Japanese were.
H Company hoped the tank would destroy the enemy position before the enemy zeroed in on Corporal Johnson. Johnson was hit.
Mormon! Johnson's hit!
He sacrificed himself to save the men of H Company. Now medical corpsman Archie Williams risked his life to save Johnson, as their friend, Private First Class Jim Norton, watched helplessly.
I wanted to go with him, see how he was, but I knew I couldn't. But I knew he was at least okay because he was walking,
Because of Johnson's heroic actions, the tank found its target.
I didn't do any more than anybody else on that island, believe me. There's guys on that island did just as much, maybe more than I ever did. But maybe I was in the right place at the right time. That's it.
Corporal Johnson was evacuated to the beach, where he found a friend from H Company who had been critically wounded in the same mortar attack. Though the wounded were no longer on the front lines, they still were not safe. Maybe Dr. Thomas Brown.
There were a lot of men who were waiting to be evacuated from the beach and were killed by the enemy fire while they were waiting.
Johnson and his friend were evacuated for treatment to a hospital ship just off the coast of Iwo Jima.
Might have to put some dinner.
While on board,
Look at what
Johnson
catfish
saw
coming up.
firsthand the massive number of
fish
casualties
tonight.
suffered on the island. Many of the men didn't make it. The bodies of dead Marines filled the deck. Johnson's friend was among them.
They said, all guys that can make it, please come over this, because they buried him at sea. And they put him up on the sled with the flag draped over him. And then they said prayers and all. And they lifted up and dumped him right in the ocean. I could hear the splash in the water. It was rough night. It just hurt so much that it's hard to explain. It just hurt me tremendously.
If you let your mind think about being buried at sea, it's a very, very cold, serious thing. And they couldn't keep those men all that way till they finally got them somewhere. But it's about the worst thing I can think of is being buried at sea.
Back on Iwo Jima, the 28th Marine H Company were still locked in a fierce battle at the base of Mount Suribachi. The men had no cover. They were in clear view of the Japanese gun emplacements on the mountain.
I agree.
The company was taking heavy casualties.
Second day, our lieutenant was gone. That's the guy who'd been trained for that platoon. And knew all his battle plans and everything else. And he's gone.
I'm not a big fan of it.
So now a platoon sergeant got to take the
Not something I
platoon.
want to do anytime soon.
And after that, eventually was a corporal doing it. So that's one thing about Americans. I mean, there's always some guy that can take charge, what I mean, even if he's a private, and keep moving. I mean, they don't just say, "Well, we gotta quit," because the commander's gone or something.
The 28th Marines' advance was long and bloody. On the way up, they had to destroy each Japanese bunker built into the mountain. Every yard the men advanced was hard fought. Private First Class John Douglas.
To go across the island, I think it was 1,000 yards or something like that at that bottleneck area. And we were 3 days going across that 1,000 yards.
Have a good night, man.
It was just a miserable, slow process. And you'd be down for more than you'd be up going.
The casualties mounted as the 28th Marines tried to advance up the mountain. At the base of Suribachi, H Company was caught in a deadly crossfire.
I had my BAR and another BAR from another squad was in the same hole I was in. The squad leader said, one of you fellows have got to split because you got too much firepower in one area. So I was with the group that I was supposed to be with, and he was out. This young fellow just got shot 125 caliber right through his throat.
Magnitudes.
He only flooded his eyes a couple of times, and he was dead. You wonder if you're not going to be next, because it's getting down to now 6 or 7 guys that are not killed of our 45 guys. So not killed or wounded, you know.
I didn't do that. As the 28th Marines moved closer to the summit, the Japanese resistance intensified.
I want to feel this kill. Well on its way, though.
Every day was worse. Every day was worse.
Make some hand pipes today. I don't know if I'm going to get another number done.
Only a few days into the battle, the Marines were suffering from exhaustion and sleep deprivation. The relentless days of heavy combat were taking a toll. They rarely got a glimpse of the enemy.
Let's go cook dinner. Or get it started. Anyways. We'll finish listening later. What up, child? How you doing? Dear. There's the other children. Hear this. What? He's excited. He's very excited. He's excited. He's I don't talk to you. You're too loud. You're too loud. Fucking dog. She's excited. Sounds salmon sounds. Good? Huh? Something wrong with that dog. Hey. Hi. Sniff. Here, sniff my butt. Oh, yeah. Good. She's excited. I don't even know where she's at. She's so excited. You lost your mind, dog. You're gonna get yelled at. Hey, bud. Take him out, would you, please? Mostly that one. Jesus. What? 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 Why are you barking at me? Why are you barking at me like that? Huh? What? What? You want some love? Huh? Want some love? Mm.
Love that's not helping.
Go. Oh God, he's spinning out over there. Doing a little spin out. You can stay over here. Don't bark. Oh man, here she goes. Wagging her tail again. And barking.
You have no money.
So I know right off the bat some of you are against aluminum. Gives a fuck, man. My memory is so good I need to lose some of it. Just saying. They each get their own little sealed packaging delivery any way you want to do it. Have fun. I prefer the cheap method because I get a whole bunch of them for $1. $1. I got that for $1 at the Dollar Tree. You thought I paid $4 a steak, didn't you? Nope. Paid a fucking $1 at the Dollar Tree. My Dollar Tree got frozen food section. I was so happy when they got it. I was like, oh. And I'm still happy every time I go there. I'm like, oh. I like my Dollar Tree the way it is. Love my fucking Dollar Tree. Butter. Butter. Yes, it's green on purpose. I showed you how I covered that one in the previous video. How to green up your butter real good. See, the son gets yellow butter. He doesn't want green butter. You're gonna get yelled at, all of you. Stop barking. Snort. Shit. It goes especially for you. Yeah.
For Chico?
Yes. He was the instigator. Don't make me beat your dog. Seamus.
I'm not doing anything.
Leave Chico alone.
He's attacking me.
Oh, now you're the Fuck off, that's
Now you're the instigating one.
I know, I'm instigating, so I gave Chico love. Can't take it.
Now you're the one instigating. Oh, shit.
Ah, Chico.
He's making sound.
I am. Atlantic wild caught.
Bad.
Fukushima pre-cooked.
Fukushima.
Yep, pre-cooked. Pre-cooked shit.
We're all doomed now.
Yep. Tumors. I don't see no tumors in my meat. It's spooked meat. Fukushima.
Pat just says it's hers.
Oh, so you're not hungry?
No, I am.
Oh. I just say.
She's just saying it is hers.
Out. Out. Go. I'm not going in there barking.
She's arguing that it is hers.
It ain't.
She's arguing that she bought it.
Huh.
And that she's the one that hung it.
Seamus. Stop. You're gonna make her bark. Just please. Stop. Stop being scared. I don't want to hear the damn animal barking all day. You ain't here talking to me. I'm gonna hit you with a cup. Hang on a second. I'll have one for you.
I have a table.
Huh?
I have a table.
Oh, don't table me, boy.
Table.
Huh?
I have a table.
You have a what?
A table.
So what are you gonna do with it?
You gotta pick it up.
You keep putting stuff on it, not moving it.
Never.
And the only thing you got in it is what? Dog treats for little Ito.
Someone used the whole patches as treats.
No.
Yes. Chico, that's
report from earlier.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
He's about to choke.
I know.
He's about to choke on air.
On air. Poor dog. All right, so I need some milk for this one in particular. Thank you,
allowed
sir.
to do that.
Thank you very much. Grab out both of the creams, if you would, please. Yes, out of the freezer section.
Freezer section.
Yes.
Free Jack. Oh,
I was going to say, do I need to draw you a fucking map?
Yes. Yes, you do. You obviously do. I don't know if I watched that or not.
It's washed. Smell it?
No.
It smells clean.
No, it doesn't. I made sure Chico farted in it last night.
That's my blender.
I made sure Chico farted in it last night.
Oh my god.
Made sure.
If you made sure Chico farted in my blender, then we're gonna have problems, dude. Yeah,
No,
we
we're
already
not.
got it, yeah.
No.
I'm kind of speechless.
Because you're a bad daddy.
You hear this shit? Boy, boy's asking for an ass whooping. Said he got his little chihuahua up here farting in my blender. That's fucked up.
I'm gonna check the milk now.
Some fucked up shit. You know what? Boy, if you can take that milk, go ahead. See if you get any of my milkshake. I'm only making enough for one. We'll fight. Go right on
make
there.
sure Chico
Go
breathes all
right on
over
here.
your
No,
pillow tonight.
seriously, go ahead. Keep fucking with
I'll
me.
make sure Chico breathes in all square inches of your pillow tonight. Your pillow will just be a freaking cube of death.
I hear you.
There's so much ice cream I did.
That's It's a ice cream milkshake.
He's being bad.
You gotta put ice cream in it.
And only ice cream.
Where's my lid?
No.
There it is.
No.
Is that clean? Because I didn't clean that. You did.
But it's mine now.
Yeah, make sure it's clean before you put it on my clean blender.
No.
Shit.
What?
Oh.
Pretty sure that's that. Yeah.
It's that.
This is mine. This is mine. Stole it.
Thank you, sir.
You stole it from my hand. Stole it. Patches is looking back and she knocked her head on the freaking box TV. She freaking bonked her head.
What'd you do?
Yes, I shook it.
We're on fire.
We're on fire.
We're
not here.
This is much like my glass blowing shop. I'm in charge. The fucking burning on my shit, man. Okay, I guess.
Stove is rebelling.
The stove is having issues over here.
The stove is rebelling.
It is.
Here. Unplug issues here.
I'm gonna give you a plug. Oh, don't make me stick my finger in there. Thank you for the help of making my milkshake.
No.
Rinse it out.
Yeah. She's pissed.
And claim ownership of it in front of Patches. Definitely.
She's pissed. She needs to calm down. Like,
Show her your new milk jug.
yes. Hey, Patches.
You got a milk jug, Patches.
You got a milk jug.
You got a new
Mine.
It's his. It's not yours.
See, you don't have a photo up.
It's not yours.
You can't grab it. You can't grab it.
See? See, it's his.
You can't grab it.
He could give it to me. He could give it. See what?
It's like that.
That's a thumb. I don't care how much.
Oh, I got it.
See, he's got thumbs. You can't grab that.
I got it! I got it! It's mine! It's mine! It's
mine! He's burning out.
Get it, Patches!
Oh, man. Oh, shit. What am I doing? Welcome to Cooking with Catfish. Yes, we have fun up here. Fucking dogs. Oh, God. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse.
I get it! My fucking dog! It's mine! It's like mine!
He knocked over all the drugs. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm dressed for going out. You bet.
Her friend is trouble. Even I don't know where you're going. What are you doing? Trying to get the milk jug.
Crazy.
What you doing with my milk jug?
Chico's just standing there barking. He doesn't know what to do. Where's my milkshake at? It burps. All over my fucking counter. I don't know where the top to my shit is, obviously. My milkshake! Mine. It's mine. Mine. Throw it the other way, please. The other way. Throw it the other way. What? Throw it the other way. Keep it out of my hair. You got a milkshake in here if you want. If not, that's cool. I mean, I will relieve you of it. Smack! Because zero damage. What? Your damage meter's still broken. I hear you. I'll give you a broken damage. Right on. We got enough time to make another pipe before dinner. Oh, I wonder how I did that. Start. Scary Chico. All right, yep. I got enough time to make a pipe. Yeah. Love you, kid. Back in a minute. Or a few. Fuck, it's cold in here. Why it was cold in here? Because I've been playing on. Keep this fucking door closed. And that's what we do all day. We just kind of fuck off all day long like that. Nothing new there. I heard, yeah, I mean, somebody said earlier they were announcing food shortages in the U.S. Yeah, I could have told you that. They're probably going to blame COVID, I can only imagine. But I've got some jams saved up and shit. I've been saving up fruits. I'm low on coffee. See, they got me there. Yes, this is my holy t-shirt. My church going clothes. As you can tell, I blow glass in this shirt all the time. And the pants, these pants underneath here, indecent exposure because I blow glass. And sometimes I forget I have on felt pants and I fucking burn a hole in them. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And it grows. Shoot, no pipe. Okay. No time for a pipe. I gotta make Latino to make a pipe. I forgot I run out of my spinning stuff. My spinning glass. All right, I'm gonna go check my fish and see how it's looking. Probably not quite done yet. We're gonna turn this back on to our documentary about.
When they did, they had only seconds to act. The slightest hesitation cost them their lives. I couldn't fire my BR because it was full of volcanic ash. And I had a dickens of a time even keeping that thing clean up till that point. It wouldn't fire half the time. The Japanese got down, and we got down, and then the grenade went off. February 22nd, 1945. The Battle of Iwo Jima was in its fourth night. The men of the 28th Regiment's H Company were locked in heavy fighting at the base of Mount Suribachi. Corporal Clyde Larkin and Private First Class John Douglas were in a hole facing a Japanese infiltrator. Douglas's weapon jammed as the Japanese soldier pulled the pin on the hand grenade. Larkin got off a shot, but missed.
Maybe I do have enough time to.
And then Larkin killed him. I said to Larkin, I'm hit. I mean, he said a funny thing. He said, "Don't die here, Doug." He said, "Get out of the hole." And I knew I had to get out of the hole. I knew I had to get some help.
Medical corpsman Archie Gilbert was in a nearby hole with PFC Jim Norton. Help was only 30 feet away, but Douglas's leg was severely wounded. He would have to crawl over the exposed ground.
Corbin, get him!
Somehow he made it.
Get out of the hole, I need room. I'm here, I need room.
Archie gave me some morphine, and then he just sat there in the hole with me. Just stayed there all night with me. He just never left me. He just stayed right there. He just was a hero. He's my hero. The amazing thing about a corpsman is that they respond to every cry and everybody that's in need.
I don't care how heavy the fire was and how much it was out in the open. If someone hollered corpsman, a corpsman came running.
When you've got to go out where somebody's been wounded and take care of them, you're putting yourself right into the same spot they were. So the chances you're not getting hit are almost unbelievable. But that's what these guys do constantly. They're very courageous.
The life of a corpsman is very, very fragile.
Stretcher bearers carried Douglas to the aid station at first light. As he was lifted out, his best friend Charlie Bond found him.
He was an I company and I was an H company. And he told me, "Don't take care of myself and be well." Anyway, he didn't make it.
Charlie Bond was killed in a mortar blast.
To have somebody that's your real buddy, it really, I don't know, it just makes war real close.
The 28th Marines' assault on Suribachi stalled. Pinned down by heavy resistance, they could not advance any further. They continued suffering heavy casualties. Private First Class Bill Nichols.
All of the 28th Regiment was around Mount Suribachi.
H Company was somewhat in the middle of a broken line around the base.
Once again, the company was being decimated by heavy artillery behind the mountain. They brought in more firepower. VFC Nicholas was ordered to help the tank direct its fire.
As I picked up the phone, the Japanese began to fire mortar shells down around that area. One of them exploded someplace behind me, and some of the fragments hit me in the leg. So I got one piece of shrapnel which went through my nose up toward my eyes.
VFC Nicholas was put aboard a Higgins boat, the same craft the Marines used to land, and was taken off the island. As he was being transferred to the hospital ship, he saw a welcome sight.
I lifted up in the stretcher, and everything stopped. I remember kind of leaning over my side and falling down there, what's going on? And he said, look over that way, you see it. And I looked over toward Mount Suribachi, and at that time, the flag went up.
The men of the 5th Division's 28th Marine Easy Company finally fought their way to the summit of the mountain and raised the flag. And that was wonderful. But there's a lot of guys that never saw it, never saw that, never will see that. Corporal Wesley Plummer watched from the base of the mountain.
That made tears come to my eyes. It was emotional after all the fellows that we had lost, but we'd lost during the few days it took to take that place.
The Marines paid a staggering price to plant that flag on Mount Suribachi.
Dinner time. Very well, maybe. You tired, Miss Cat?
The men who had survived took some comfort in their victory on Mount Suribachi.
I'm always on a good lookout for zombies.
They figure it was the end with the flag up there like that.
What the Marines didn't know was that while they may have captured Suribachi, the Japanese still occupied miles of tunnels and caves that traversed the inside. Japanese Navy Ensign Kiyoshi Endo.
The U.S. focused their cannon fire and bombing on Suribachi. They transformed the shape of the mountain, blowing away a third of it. But unless the U.S. blew off the whole mountain, the Japanese could not be wiped out.
H Company was ordered to push north and help take the airfields in the center of the island. As the Marines moved out, they discovered the famous flag was a rallying point for their enemy.
It intensified the hatred of the Japanese down there. I mean, they really went to war then after that, seeing our flag up there.
Private First Class Clay Cole.
You couldn't get up and run. If you did, you would be killed. And when you're in something like that, you can lay awful flat. You really get to know Mother Earth.
As the Japanese resistance intensified, the Marines feared many of them would not survive the long and bloody fight that lay ahead. February 19th, 1945. Over 80,000 U.S. Marines stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima Island. It was the first U.S. invasion of Japanese territory, and the Japanese vowed to defend their homeland to the death. It had been more than 3 years since the Japanese launched an unprovoked sneak attack on the American naval fleet docked at Pearl Harbor. U.S. forces were locked in brutal combat in the Pacific, with a tyrannical enemy bent on world domination that had allied itself with Hitler and Mussolini. After 5 days of fighting on Iwo Jima, the U.S. flag was raised atop Mount Suribachi. But the Marines on the island feared the fighting was far from over. The Japanese continued to attack American forces from a fortified network of tunnels and caves concentrated in Mount Suribachi. Japanese ensign Kiyoshi Endo.
Suribachi was conquered, but we still did a lot of damage to the Americans. General Kuribayashi's operation to go underground was effective.
The Marines turned north towards the airfields in the center of the island. The fighting was ferocious. In the next 3 days, over 2,400 Marines were wounded or killed. Private First Class Jim Norton.
You have visions of what combat might be like. We never thought we'd be in anything like this. The loss there was just unbelievable. Hell on earth, that place was just unbelievable.
The Marines discovered and captured hundreds of caves connected to tunnels. These caves explained how the enemy could remain invisible, yet continue to put up such deadly resistance. The Americans tried to use prisoners of war to convince the Japanese in the caves to come out. Many ultimately chose death over surrender. U.S. forces used flamethrowers to blast the caves and tunnels with napalm. Japanese Master Sergeant Kei Kanai.
When we joined the service, we knew we would fight to the last drop of blood for our country. We had been taught that if we became POWs, we would be shot to death. There is no other choice.
We went down in their caves, some, and went into a couple of them. Just give you a queasy feeling being in there, to be honest with you, because you never know where they were going to come out or where they were, and we didn't stay in there too long. We just looked around to see if we could see any of them in there, and I think then what we probably did was seal it off.
Machine gunner Clay Coble provided cover for demolition experts as they used explosives to seal off caves, trapping the enemy soldiers who remained inside.
I heard one trying to dig out all night long. I didn't get much sleep that night because I was afraid he was going to break through real near to where I was, my foxhole. So I really stayed alert. He was still digging when we went on. I doubt if he ever got out.
As the battle moved into its second week, there were rare lulls in the fighting, giving the Marines a chance to rest and write home. All communication from the island was controlled. Letters home were kept short and vague.
In a letter I wrote to my mother on February 26th, 1945, I said, "Dear Mom, the fighting was fierce, but I came through all right. These have been 8 hectic days." I told my mother that
we was fine, and I was on Iwo Jima, and that's all I could write. That's all they'd allow us to write. And that it was a real short letter.
After the days of fighting, home seemed a lifetime away, and so did a hot meal. The men were issued rations, which included cigarettes, crackers, and cans of meat. Dr. Thomas Brown discovered a style of cooking unique to Iwo Jima.
Well, we're in an area of Iwo where the land was hot, and it was old volcanic soil. And we used to cook our rations in some of those steam vents that came up through the rocks from way down here someplace.
Yeah. The accommodations were much better on the hospital ship anchored off the coast. On board, the wounded Marines got a reprieve from the harsh conditions on the island. But for many of the wounded men, their battle was not over.
And peas and rice.
After 3 days on board, Private First Class Bill Nicholas got his orders.
Having found out that this piece of shrapnel did not injure my eye, basically I was announced capable to go back to the island. And so we did it again. We climbed over this side along with some replacements that had been in that Higgins boat when it came up to the hospital ship. We climbed down and joined them and went back to the beach.
Nicholas was sent back into the heat of the battle. His first mission was to locate his unit. It was no easy task. Marines were now spread across the width of the island.
I finally walked up to it and I recognized one of my buddies and I said, "Where's H Company?" And he said, "Well, you're in it." So I'm back with my group again.
12 days into the battle, what remained of the 28th Marines H Company moved north to help secure the rest of the island. The 3rd and 4th Division had taken the 2nd Airfield, and H Company moved along their left flank. As the Marines closed in on the northern end of the island, fighting intensified. Japanese troops were becoming more and more desperate.
Well, we're up at the northern end of the island. Of course, our platoon headquarters was at rear of the line.
How much you get to
Which meant that when they came from our rear, we were all alone. All of a sudden, they come out. I mean, they come out fast. They were coming out running, shouting, waving their flags.
Japanese ensign Kiyoshi Endo.
That must be a chat filter or something.
Last assaults.
Some
they
same thing
with their swords, charging in.
Misspell your shit.
It was a matter of principle to charge into the enemy when they were going to die.
I wasn't even here to do it. I don't even know if I got any wrenches or not. But I get to see everything they do.
In a short time, maybe.
No one did it.
5 or 10 minutes. Never saw any other live ones after that at all. I saw a lot of dead ones, but never any live ones.
The Marines knew the Japanese would fight to the death.
They had no regard for their lives, and I believe they felt it was an honor to die for their emperor. And that's not the way we felt, or it's not the way I felt. And they used very treacherous tricks when fighting.
As long as any of them were living, they would fight. One day, 3 came out and they had their hands up real high. Had this little short stick with a white flag or a rag or something on it that signified we're surrendered. And when they got out in the open and the son got up to, accept that surrender, he fell down and he became him and tripod, if you will, and they had a machine gun strapped on his back. So the Japanese would jump out with a hand grenade to the chest, and they would explode in midair.
Even after death, the Japanese were dangerous.
They would booby trap their own dead because a lot of guys were looking for souvenirs. If you didn't get your own dead out of there pretty fast, they'd booby trap them. So I mean, you touched a body, you'd be killed.
U.S. military planners thought the Battle of Iwo Jima would last 3 to 4 days. But after 2 weeks of fighting, there was still no end in sight.
Really, you feel hopeless when you're on there. You figure you're never going to get off. That's what I felt. I thought we'd never get off that thing, and we didn't know where we were going to be, how we were going to end up. And they were not giving up, that's for sure.
Almost 12,000 Marines had either been killed or wounded.
So you just wonder, with all the guys that are gone, you just have to figure somewhere along the line I'm going to get it. Oftentimes you're a little more alone than you think you're going to be.
The 28th Marines H Company was trying to advance northward beyond a place called Nishi Village. They were closing in on the new Japanese command center.
Green butterfish is pretty
When
damn
the fighting escalated. The Marines couldn't see the enemy, but suspected they were just over the ridge.
We were protected by rocks and various other things, but we knew we had to go forward. We were on the reverse slope of a hill. And one of our guys, I think, could see the enemy there, and he said, "Has anybody got any grenades?" And I threw a couple to him.
Hand grenades were the best way to soften the target before the Marines stormed over the ridge. The enemy also had grenades.
I didn't think it was a grenade. I don't know. It didn't look like it. Should have realized what it was, but I didn't. But after 14 days, you're not as alert as you were when we first got there. But the next thing you know, I got hit.
It had been 14 bloody days since the Marines stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima. The 28th Marines H Company was pushing to the northern end of the island when the Japanese attacked them. The Marines had taken a small ridge, but the Japanese showed no signs of retreating. Marine Private First Class Jim Norton's lower right leg was nearly severed by a hand grenade blast. The Japanese mounted a counterattack and pushed the Marines off the ridge. With no choice but to withdraw, they left the wounded Jim Norton in a crater until they could retake the ridge.
Yay!
PFC Norton was alone in no man's land.
That's where you want to be.
Between the two lines.
Have your leg blown off in a crater and behind the lines.
I don't know how to explain it. Almost like getting hit by a truck, I guess. But also, if you ever put your finger in a live socket,
210 p.m.
That buzzing feeling, that's where your whole
Nice.
sight similar to that.
Yeah, it's only 6:11 right here.
I do remember passing out. And how long I was out, I don't know.
It's hungry time. Time to feed that hunger.
Corpsman Archie Williams would have to brave enemy fire to help
We did
Norton.
salmon tonight.
If Archie waited, Norton would
I
be
love my fish and rice.
so he made his way toward the Japanese to help his friend.
Wasn't just a
a strange foreman coming from me, and I knew him. I mean, we lived with this guy for a year and a half. He was in my tent, so I mean, we were real buddies. And I think he gave me a shot of morphine. I'm not positive. He was going to do other things, and he straightened up a little bit, and he said, "Ooh, I'm hit." I said to him, "Want me to give you a shot of morphine?" He says, "Yes." I said, "I don't know how." So he told me, and I did. And he said, "I'm going back." I said, "No, stay here." I said, "You know where we are. They'll get us, you know." He said, "No, I'm going to go back." Now, his reason for going back would probably thought that he would bleed to death, that I possibly would.
Stay low, all right?
So he did leave, even though I didn't want him to. I didn't want to be alone, I suppose. And as he went back, he saw another wounded Marine, maybe wounded from the same thing that hit me.
Archie was shot again. This time, the wound was fatal.
He was just an ordinary guy who you knew would do what he had to do. You know, and I guess Americans are like that. We do what we have to do when we have to do it. And that's what they did. But he was a great guy, and he was gone just like that.
With Archie dead, PFC Norton was again alone in no man's land, bleeding heavily from his shattered leg.
The pain was intense, I remember that, and I kept thinking, if I had a knife, I could cut that off and it wouldn't hurt so bad, which is ridiculous, but you know, you don't know what to think. I couldn't even move, because if I did, the sniper was all peppering that hole all the time, and I didn't know where I was. So I just had to stay still and pretend I was dead. I figured if I did, well, you know, I would be. I was out there all alone for a long time, probably 12 hours or more. And then the sniper fire was gone. It got dark, and I called for help, I guess. They told me I did. I don't remember doing it.
No! The closest Marines were 50 yards away. At first, they weren't certain whether Norton's cries were a Japanese trick. Then, his close friend Jack Burns recognized his voice.
Norton, is that you?
I remember Jack Burns calling me, and he says, "Keep talking so I can find you." So I did. Burns and I were friends, so he volunteered to go out.
I'll go first. Cover me. To reach Norton, Sergeant Burns and the other Marines had to leave their cover and crawl into no man's land, in full sight of Japanese positions.
There were no trees left. I mean, there were just stumps or whatever was left of them after being blown around and found. Didn't know where they were going. Well, they took their life in their hands going out there again. There's no question about it.
No shit.
They should have got a medal for going out there because they were ahead of the lines, you know, at night. They always get their wounded, and they even bring back their dead if they can. They didn't have even a shelter camp, or just a piece of a tent that you put together when you guys put it together for a pup tent. And they managed to get me into that. And all the time that we were going back, they were shooting flares down at us. so they could see us. Both the Japanese and our own side was shooting flares. So every time those flares would go off, you have to stop, dump me on the ground, you might say, and get down, so they couldn't be seen. I think they put me on a Jeep then and took me down to the aid station.
Norton's friends had rescued him from the Japanese, but his life was still in danger. Navy Dr. Thomas Brown.
The aid station was not protected. Some doctors were shot. One was killed that I know of. That's the only one I ever heard of. And a few were injured to the point that they were out of action. Sometimes battle was intense. I remember we took care of 92 casualties in a period of about 2 hours. I'm not going to say what great heroes we were. We were taught in medical school to take care of the sick or injured.
The Navy doctors could see that Norton's condition was critical.
All right, I guess they try to straighten this thing out.
You need a milkshake? Oh, damn good
He asked me if I
milkshake.
could feel it. I said no.
Come here.
The priest came over to me to give me the last rites. Well, it's pretty well gone by that time. You know, I'd lost a lot of blood.
While Norton was fighting for his life, his fellow Marines continued pushing forward. After 2 weeks, the Marines had captured Iwo Jima's airfields at great cost. And the reason for taking the island was already becoming clear. The crew of a B-29 bomber called Dynamite was returning from the Tokyo bombing run. Its bomb bay doors were stuck open, creating extra drag that depleted its fuel supply. The reserve fuel tank's valve was also stuck. While Marines were fighting in the northern end of the island, the damaged B-29 made an emergency landing. 30 minutes later, the repaired plane left Iwo Jima. Its crew of 11 was saved. From that point on, American supply planes routinely used the airstrips, even as bitter Japanese resistance continued in the northern tip of the island. With each step towards the enemy command center, the Japanese became more desperate. All the Japanese forces were now concentrated in the last square mile of the island. Corporal Wesley Plummer.
We were on the north end of the island, and we were hitting very heavy resistance from the Japanese, and they called for a machine gun.
To cover the advancing Marines, machine gunners had to set up in an elevated and exposed position so they could lay down a field of covering fire.
I knew how dangerous it was to set the machine gun up, but it was just part of protecting, giving fire protection to our platoon.
One man had already been killed in the area where Plummer needed to set up his machine gun. But he did not hesitate.
So I climbed over the rocks and things and set the machine gun up. I could hear the bullets whistling around me.
If Plummer's machine gun jammed or he got shot, his fellow Marines would be cut down by the Japanese. After weeks of fighting the Battle of Iwo Jima, Corporal Wesley Plummer took up a position where a machine gun crew had just been killed. The Marines were pinned down by Japanese fire. Corporal Plummer's machine gun fire would provide enough cover to allow the platoon to advance if he could survive.
We'd set a machine gun up where you get maximum fire or give maximum protection, and you're not thinking about yourself. You thinking about fellas you're protecting. I fired from that area for a couple of hours. Fortunately, I wasn't hit. My fire and from mortars and other machine guns and so forth, our company was able to advance and get across this ravine and up the other side.
As the battle wore on, some of the Marines took a break to enjoy an unexpected delivery.
That was fun.
Private First Class Bill Nicholas.
My son got lippy
They
with
did
me.
have mail call.
I said, "What are you doing?"
And we thought that's a miracle. To be on
I was like,
Iwo Jima,
I got to look at him.
on the way it is.
I keep seeing that dirt on his lip. So I finally reached out and grabbed one. Gave him a little yank. He goes, "Oh boy, that was good."
I read the letter, and what it said in it was that I was being awarded membership in the National Honor Society. At the bottom line, you might
children
say,
are fun to
told me that I was going to be granted my high school diploma.
Patrick didn't like it. She barked.
I took my helmet off and my baseball cap, which I had photographed. Go up and put it between my line on my helmet, put the baseball cap back on, and put the helmet back on, and that was that. So I had my high school diploma.
Oreo ice cream is
Maybe
shit.
someday it might do me some good. But it's in the past as a
Dollar store chocolate, pretty damn good too.
After 23 days of fighting, Nicholas's high school classes seemed far
Fucking
away.
Dollar Tree. Can't beat it.
The lessons he was now learning.
That's a chocolate
were
on
matter of
chocolate
life
one.
or death.
Who goes that? Coming in. Wake it in Maple.
He thought he saw 3 Marines approaching his position. But one of them didn't look quite right.
the leggings that you lace down over your trousers to make them tight against your boots, he had them on backwards. Most everybody at the same instant said, he's not a Marine. 3 Marines shot him and the man was taken out of action.
As they suspected, the man was a Japanese soldier disguised as a Marine. They couldn't let their guard down for a moment against an increasingly desperate enemy. The next morning, Bill Nicholas
He had his leggings on wrong.
northward.
Or them boys would have been fucked, he says.
Toward the middle of the day, he decided to move out.
I've got it in my pocket. No wonder I can't locate it. I'm sitting on it.
50 feet in front of the place where we were.
The men were walking into a trap. Japanese soldiers were hiding in a spider hole.
I ain't going in the spider hole.
Just took a few seconds. I got hit in the left arm. The 2 fellows in the middle were killed instantly. My buddy had the thumb on his left hand shot off.
The Marines were trained to make sure enemy soldiers were dead before looking after their fallen colleague.
He said, "Oh, the other 2 fellows are gone. They're dead. I'll help you out." So he lifted me up and halfway carried me
back to where he'd been. And I don't remember very much except that I never had any pain, a lot of blood.
Bill Nicholas was evacuated from the island. But this time, he would not return to the battle. As the Marines pushed closer to the northern tip of the island, they became bogged down in an area where the fighting was so fierce it was called Bloody Gorge. Japanese Imperial Army General Tadamichi Kurabayashi was in a desperate situation. His forces were running out of ammunition and water. Japanese Master Sergeant Kei Kanai.
Our physical condition had deteriorated. We were suffering from shortage of food and water. We did not have any new bandages, so we tore the uniforms from dead soldiers to wrap our wounds.
With fewer than 1,000 Japanese forces remaining, Japanese Master Sergeant Kei Kanai carried a message to General Kurabayashi's headquarters.
Less than 1,000 motherfuckers, he is outnumbered.
From Rear Admiral Ichimaru, requesting all the forces to join together as Taken on the northern edge of the island. He knew that it would be the last battle.
Even though the Japanese troops were starving, they did not consider surrendering. But after weeks of fighting, the Japanese forces could not muster much resistance against the relentless advance of the Americans. The Battle of Iwo Jima neared its end when Marines uncovered what they believed to be General Kurabayashi's last hideout. March 26, 1945. After 36 days of fighting on Iwo Jima, U.S. Marines reached the final command bunker used by Japanese Army General Tadamichi Kurabayashi. If General Kurabayashi and the last remaining Japanese command forces were inside, Corporal Wesley Plummer didn't believe they could have survived.
But when they blew that up, it was the largest explosion and most noise I'd ever heard. I don't know how many thousands of pounds of powder they put in it, but it was really a large noise, loud noise.
Some Japanese believe General Kurabayashi may have been killed in a last stand with American forces, or may have committed suicide. His body was never found. For the Japanese, the end of the battle brought conflicting feelings. Japanese ensign Kiyoshi Endo.
The young soldiers who were trembling with the fight before the battle, ready to face certain death, cried with grief at the news. They were mortified by the defeat. The older soldiers only had an expression of relief.
Some soldiers harbored deep resentment towards their leaders, specifically Prime Minister Hideki Tojo. Japanese ensign Seiya Oide.
I will never forgive Tojo. He entrapped people in the direst distress, and he remained in Tojo and lived in luxury. Now, I will not forgive him.
With the battle finally over, the Marines who fought to take the island were replaced with fresh forces. As they marched back to the beach, they passed a graveyard where thousands of their brother Marines were buried.
That whole area that we had fought in was seemed like it was covered in white crosses. All the casualties on the island.
During the 36-day battle, over 6,000 Marines died.
We had memorial service for the 5th Marine Division. Very emotional. I felt real bad about all the fellas that were killed and all the friends that I'd lost. And hope that there wouldn't be any more battles any place like the one we had just finished up on Iwo Jima.
During the battle, the 28th Marines H Company suffered an 82% casualty rate. This one company landed with 240 Marines and 6 Navy corpsmen. They left the island with only 43 men. It took some time for those men to grasp the fact that they had survived. Private First Class Clay Coble.
Still, we were not real sure that everything was secure or the battle was over until we got aboard ship. As the island was disappearing, we felt more elated because we were off the island. We were not in any more imminent danger.
Some of the troops stood there at the rail and looked back at him, but I think most of us said, the heck was it, was through with that. It doesn't amount to anything. I have no desire to look back at it. It's just a lonely island out there in the middle of the ocean.
When we got aboard ship, they had pork chops, gravy, mashed potatoes, and homemade rolls.
We cooked fish.
That's the first food we had.
The American Marines.
Why are you surprised?
6 days of fighting.
I do a lot. You wouldn't be surprised what we're listening to next.
Lord goodness, that was good. That was real good food.
Although the surviving Marines were on their way home, a remnant of Japanese forces remained on Iwo Jima.
I know my history.
Japanese soldiers like Master Sergeant K. Kanai hid out from months, finding food wherever they could.
We snuck into the enemy encampments to steal food. The American rations were quite good.
It's interesting. I like the way they do it, though. They tell them from the people's eyes, from their mouth. They were there. I like hearing that. That's why I lasted the timeline, honestly. I like the way they format it instead of just going off on their word. I'm hearing it from somebody got their leg blown off and laid in a ditch. And that's real war. And it sucks.
Therefore, I should come out of the cave. He asked me to give
And that's what we should
my grenade.
teach our kids about war.
I handed him off.
It sucks. You kill people.
Since I didn't have the strength to pull myself out, I gave him my hand and he pulled me out of the cave.
Well,
The Marines were waiting for him.
that whole era was just fucked up, man. It was a big Vatican push. And they won. Both sides of it. It's fucking nuts. I'd have been turning circles then too, Joe. I'd have been freaking out. I want to hear next. Just now, this is only because we don't have any good homebrew videos currently going on. But next, I was thinking the history of the submarine combat would be interesting.
On the other hand, the American death toll was over 6,000, and the injured were.
I only plan on making 3 or 4 more pipes, and my film's going to be full. I figured that would probably be about enough to cover this one and that one.
The Japanese soldiers
And learn something about submarines.
survived if they were rescued.
but that was not possible.
I know a little bit about submarines. I don't like them. And I can say that for sure. I've been on a couple.
Injured Marines filled military hospitals all over the Pacific.
The Ohio, for one, I was doing the decking on it.
Private first class
Didn't like it much.
As soon as he was able, he asked a nurse to help him right home. The news was not good.
Your mom, you have probably received my February 26th.
Yeah, well, WW3's already in the works.
You understand, I'm sure, that I could not write.
That's for sure. I mean,
but you know that you're always on my front.
We've all read the script. Damascus is looking pretty ripe, isn't it?
And I was wounded 2 weeks ago today.
As I lie here thinking things over, I decided you would want to know what really did happen.
Funny, it's in Syria.
And my right foot and ankle were broken, causing a compound fracture. Apparently, infection set in.
And
the doctors at the rear line.
Babylon's supposed to be tearing itself inside out, and we've seen some already unprecedented shit. I can't help but think it's definitely going to get crazier from here.
Forward to the day when I can be home with you for good. Goodbye now. On my road.
Yep. All roads do lead to Rome still.
All the Marines who were physically able began to prepare for an even bloodier battle ahead.
No one will believe it, though. I mean, no one wants to believe it.
We were getting.
I don't ask them to. I made a couple videos in my style. They're like, look, it's so obvious it's gonna bite you like a little dingly cobra.
I didn't have confidence to be I do it on my own.
Bliss. Yeah, they say that. They say that.
We didn't know about an atomic bomb, which is the real reason why.
And then they'll just act like they didn't know. Nobody told us. Well, yeah, I did. Yeah, but you ain't nobody. Well, see, nobody told you, motherfucker.
The United States dropped an atomic bomb on the Japanese industrial city of Hiroshima. And again 3 days later from Nagasaki.
It is terrible to kill so many people with a single bomb.
You think they all lead to the UK? Well, it's the Crown Vatican. They're part of it. You bet. They print 180 nations money. 180 nations went into lockdown. The Vatican appoints their leaders. Yeah, they're implicated. Yeah, I mean, you know, Vatican is Rome. You know, yeah.
The war had claimed 300,000 Americans.
And DC. DC was absorbed into it in the 1800s, and we began being the Pope's Knights of Malta, and here we are today. We're fixing to get run over because we're getting thrown under the bus.
It's just a good feeling to know that hostilities are ended. We achieved our goal.
In South Dakota,
now it's time to go back and be a civilian.
I'm going to keep out of that. I ain't going there. I'm going to stay right here. Weather-wise, it's getting cold, I imagine. It's that polar vortex. Will freeze you out and warm you up and freeze you out. I'm staying relatively ish 30s to 50s. That's a 20 degree bounce from day to day. And I'm like, normal ish. And it's mid January with 60 yesterday. That's good shit. My neighbor says, yeah, spring's coming. I'm like, dude, you do know it's the 10th of January. There's 90 days. I was like, yeah, 60. Fucking 60. Oh my God.
And they were not ready for what happened when we struck the town in Pennsylvania. The men and women who came out to meet the tree were not prepared to see the price paid for a little island that many never heard of before.
You never say that nobody wanted to see all these young guys getting off with legs gone and arms gone. You're shocked. Getting along. So they just trying to look back on stuff.
All right, we'll make stuff.
Tell you about my new history channel. It's called History Hit. It's like Netflix and history. Hundreds of history documentaries on there and interviews with many of the world.
Secret submarines in World War II. The history of submariners. Hollywood, Vatican. Yeah, hand in hand, too.
The submarine, silent, efficient, and deadly. It was one of the ultimate weapons of World War II. Yet there's a secret side to the submarine war. The Second World War was a battleground for tiny, deadly submarines whose very existence was kept a closely guarded secret. These clandestine craft and their crews were unsung heroes of the war.
Huh. All right.
Their attacks
that sounds interesting already, doesn't it?
They were to the enemy. From the secret missions of German U-boats to the unique vehicles of demolition in the Mediterranean to the terrifying miniature kamikaze subs of Japan, the clandestine use of secret submarines remains one of the little-known tales of World War II. In the shadowy world of espionage, the submarine was seen not as a soldier, but a spy. Not a warrior, but an assassin.
Submarines are by nature stealthy, difficult to find. It's very, very hard to see through water. So in the clandestine world, spies, saboteurs, intelligence collection, submarines have become a very important system, a very important weapon, if you will.
Submarines start off, of course, as a weapon of secrecy. During World War II, the Germans looked on them as potentially the best way to get saboteurs to the United States.
Submarines have been part of the measures of battle since past century. As submarines got bigger, there was a requirement to store specially designed craft for these special functions. And that is what now we mean by naval submarines.
The most focused unit of underwater warfare is not the submarine, but rather the swimmer. In the time ancient Greek divers bored holes in the sides of enemy warships, the frogman has been unclouded to invest in underwater activity. By World War II, frogmen were necessary to ease these conveys. Mines and underwater obstacles often protected shorelines. There comes into trouble.
Once the oxygen is rotated, they have to be destroyed. How do you destroy them? You stand in swimming. The new thing called underwater demolition. 2 years brave, well-trained men who come into the area by landing craft and swing out feeding evacuation, wire them with demolition and blow them up.
In 1942, the Mark Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Navy and newly created officers in the service began to train in elite squads under the Admiral. This was first by film carried a secret test in the home. Some Navy and National Station would be battlefields of the sea.
They went through arduous physical training, but all, of course, had to be excellent swimmers. You want to swim a few hundred yards from the landing craft, do it out. You're going to stay in the water for minutes, hours, while you carry out the and then have to swim back 700 yards to the landing craft. So the physical requirements, as well as the technical training needed to survey the planet surface is tremendous.
The training of the swimmers included not only the explosive, first combat, training special duty. This is where it has been invented. American divers carry comprehensive technical and swimming. These measure adultery because it's blood. The danger, however, is to feel up swimming with all of the gas, hiding effects in human living. Coral blue cause convulsions, the stroke, and death. Maybe a larger thing which is life between the two lives. With the dangerous team underwater demolition teams, there's one of the key factors the Allied war.
Underwater demolition teams were vital to the invasion of Europe in Unit 24, vital to the invasion of many of the Pacific Islands to the United States. Vital because every invasion is costly. Hundreds of American lives were lost in the landing operation. There's no question that underwater demolition teams did not destroy some of the defenses. If they had not surveyed the area so we knew where they were, the losses would have been not in the hundreds, but in the thousands for those landings.
In addition to destroying harbor and beach protection, Navy and OSS swimmen also attacked ships themselves. A single man could go into areas torpedoes or aircraft could not. The Allies were determined to find a way for a single swimmer with the right equipment to take out the target. The key was to invent the right equipment with an explosive device small enough to be carried by one man, but powerful enough to do the job.
You had to have a way to effectively get a watertight explosive, hold it close to the ship, and ignite an explosion. So they devised the limpet mine. The center portion is 2.5 pounds of high explosive that's watertight. On the outside are 6 magnets. Now, they're individually mounted in rubber so that they could conform to the hull of a ship, even if there's barnacles on it. With 2.5 pounds of explosive snugged against the hull, once it goes off, the incompressibility of water will focus the entire explosion into the hull. And this is designed to produce a hole roughly 25 square feet in size beneath the waterline.
Allied underwater demolition teams, or UDTs, were responsible for sinking hundreds of tons of ships in the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Mediterranean. Not only were these seagoing saboteurs successful, they helped pave the way for the future.
After World War II, of course, these UDT teams became the basis for the famous SEAL organizations of Sea, Air, Land that we formed during the Vietnam War. And these are among the top special forces in the world today.
The U.S. Navy SEALs, famed all over the world, had their beginnings on the island of Nassau in World War II, where underwater operatives using comparatively primitive equipment trained for some of the riskiest and most dangerous assignments in the entire war. It didn't take long for military planners to devise unique underwater vehicles to perform similar demolition missions. These clandestine weapons, some of the smallest submarines ever devised, soon joined the ocean-going fleets of larger submarines and U-boats in the arsenal of modern underwater warfare. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was devastating to the U.S. Navy. Bombers and torpedo planes sank 7 American battleships. 2 days later, a Japanese air assault in the Philippines crippled the U.S. Asiatic fleet. Commander Stuart Murray at the naval base at Manila underlined the importance of the U.S. undersea force when, after surveying the wreckage of the American fleet, he said, "The submarines are all we have left." But before the Navy could strike back, it had to go undercover. The first U.S. submarine sorties against Japan were not to combat. They were missions of espionage.
Submarines are very good for just looking at an area. And in some operations, such as planning for an amphibious landing, a submarine's periscope view gives you a better look at the beach sometimes than an aircraft flying over it, because you're now seeing it from the level troops going in. You could get some excellent photographs of the water level view. And again, this would be very important for amphibious landings, so that you could get an idea of what the troops and the landing craft coming ashore would see.
Photo reconnaissance through a periscope was not easy. The nerve-wracking process involved moving close to shore and then filming a 180-degree panorama, sometimes while under enemy fire. American submarines were needed for more than just photographing beaches. Fast fleet subs were needed to attack enemy shipping lanes. Nearly 1/5 of all the American subs were obsolete S-class ships built in the 1920s. They were small, slow, and difficult to maneuver. As the American fleet geared up to combat readiness, the older S-class subs found new life as a transport system on secret underwater missions.
Once the Japanese invaded the Philippines in December 1941, we immediately found that it was difficult to get surface ships in and out of the northern Philippines, especially the main island of Luzon, because of Japanese aircraft jacking the surface ships. So we increasingly use submarines both to carry things in, primarily ammunition supplies, and to carry things out. At one point, we carried out a large number of Army nurses to carry out certain specialists that we either didn't want the Japanese to capture, such as cryptographers, code breakers,
or other people that we just needed because they were in short supply, such as aircraft mechanics.
They called these older subs the Spy Squadron, and their mission Operation Spiral. 19 submarines were involved in Operation Spiral throughout World War II. The USS Sea Dragon evacuated American codebreakers from Corregidor in 1942. The USS Swordfish helped Philippine President Manuel Quezon flee from the Japanese occupation. The USS Narwhal landed U.S.-trained Philippine guerrillas on the shores of Mindanao. In all, over 1,300 tons of supplies and arms were delivered to the Philippine resistance in this manner. One of the most dramatic rescues by the USS Trout was a mission in February 1942 to deliver weapons and evacuate Army nurses. Yet for some, the most important evacuee was not the people, but rather gold.
The Trout goes into the Philippines, delivers the small arms ammunition, and then takes out 20 tons of gold and silver from the Philippines. And it's deposited back in the United States for use by the Philippines at the end of the war. Well, the Trout gold becomes the basis for legend after legend after legend of Philippine gold. It still exists today. The Philippine Commonwealth's gold reserves were taken out by submarine and some Army nurses. Now here you've got 60 or 70 men in the submarine, a load of gold, dozen or so Army nurses. One wonders that they didn't defect to some desert island.
We're out.
Far more dangerous than evacuating personnel from enemy territory was the exact opposite mission: inserting clandestine soldiers behind enemy lines. Operation Spiral found itself the chief means of delivery for Allied spies in the Pacific. In addition to delivering Philippine resistance fighters and supplies, the secret subfleet put Americans onto Japanese-held islands as advanced scouts for the Allied forces. Called the Coast Watchers, these servicemen spent months, even years, behind enemy lines, reporting the movement of Japanese ships. One such mission was led by Sergeant Carlos Placido. In May 1944, Placido and 5 other Filipino-American servicemen boarded the submarine USS Redfin, Perth, Australia. The Army enlisted men were in disguise and under top-secret orders. Placido's diary from the time tells the story in his own words.
We reached Perth about 1800, 26 May 1944. We made a quick change from Army uniforms to that of the Navy and were warned not to mention that we were in the Army until we got on the sub. Major Brown said to take care of ourselves and that we were all going to meet again in Manila.
Days later, the USS Redfin surfaced off the shore of the Japanese-held Palawan Island group. Under cover of darkness, the group of 6 men went ashore with all the supplies they would need to survive behind enemy lines for over a year. Their mission was to set up and operate a clandestine radio station to report on all Japanese shipping activities. The Coast Watchers encountered hostile islanders, roving Japanese squadrons, and the unpredictable weather of the South Seas.
On 26 July, a Japanese gunboat anchored in the bay at 800 yards off the beach. It tried to land a patrol party,
but the guerrillas held them off with rifles and shotguns. To help these boys, we turned over to them whatever extra arms we had. On 29 July, we turned on our transmitter. DAF was already sending weather reports every 6 hours. One of Colonel Whitney's first messages said, "Excellent reports."
The Coast Watchers would be at their remote island station for nearly a year before Japan was defeated. And just as their commander had promised, they all met in Manila to celebrate the Allied victory. For their service behind enemy lines, every man of the Coast Watchers received the Bronze Star for heroic achievement. But before the war ended, the Allies faced a new and deadly secret weapon. Silent and almost invisible, a new generation of underwater craft was employed to tip the balance of power in the Mediterranean in favor of the Axis. While the American submarines of the Pacific were engaged in secret missions, a unique type of underwater warfare was being perfected on the other side of the world. The Axis powers were intent on creating a new class of clandestine submarines, one that was small, fast, and deadly.
As experience of operating and working with submarines grew, there were certain roles for which these large submarines were no longer suitable, like entering enemy harbors, dropping off recovering agents, submarines which are specifically built for special operations.
They were called midget subs, X-craft, or sneak craft. The leaders in this development were the Italians. Mussolini's navy had created an elite squadron of special attack weapons, the 10th Light Flotilla, or 10 Mamas. The Special Attack Squadron began by improving an odd design from the First World War. Called the Maiali, it was essentially a manned torpedo. The device carried 2 men who wore diving suits, masks, and used a primitive form of scuba gear. The forward man was the pilot who steered the craft underwater toward the target. This artist's conception from a once classified OSS film shows how the second man detached the torpedo's warhead and attached it to the targeted ship's hull. After setting a timed fuse, the drivers of the Maiali then returned to their base. The concept was simple and ingenious. All it took was crude driving skills and steady nerve. The men of the 10th Flotilla had that kind of audacity. The Maiali is actually a nickname, the Italian word for fish, given to the craft by one of its inventors, Sub-Lieutenant Elias Fosai.
Well, its proper name is Siluro Alenta Corsa, which means slow-running torpedo. But during trials, they had problems in keeping the things afloat. And once, after one sunk underneath Kazai, he said, "That pig got away from me." And the name stuck, and henceforth they were known as pigs.
One of the most daring and most successful raids by the 10th Flotilla was on the British Mediterranean harbor at Alexandria. In the same month as the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, 3 tiny Maiali attacked Alexandria harbor. They wreaked havoc on the British ships there, shifting the balance of power in the Mediterranean.
3 craft were used. They were taken to just off the harbour at Alexandria by the Italian submarine Skirei, where the crews were released. They boarded the torpedo and then went off to do their bit. As luck would have it, the gateway to Alexandria harbour was opened that night to allow British ships in, and they just followed in. They then went their 2 separate ways to find their target. 2 of them succeeded in finding their targets, which were the battleship Galleons and Queen Elizabeth. 3rd found its target in Countess Sagona. and all were successful.
The mission was more than a victory for the 10th Flotilla. It was a bitter defeat for the entire British Navy.
The significance of the attack lies in that because these two battleships were damaged, the Navy was effectively removed as an offensive force in the Eastern Mediterranean. Effectively, there was nothing, no serious Royal Navy force in the Mediterranean after these two battleships had been damaged.
The 10th Light Flotilla began to expand its repertoire. Exploding surface craft was a logical extension to the fleet. These 16-foot boats had their noses filled with explosives. The operators simply pointed the craft toward the target with full speed and then ejected. The boat could go where a pig could not. Its fold-away rudder allowed the boat to simply float over the top, especially on that sudden run. The exploding boat concept was copied by the Germans. The 10th Light Flotilla used the skids and exploding boats and burned raid in British Soviet models until around 1941. An exploding boat failed to destroy the Harbor netting because the pilot ejected consumers. The second boat hit its mark, but only because its pilot, Lieutenant Carvalho, refused to eject, riding a speeding bomb to his own deck. The attack on Malta was a failure, but it did not stop the Italian team. The 10th Flotilla now aimed its secret weapons at an even bigger target, the British harbor of Gibraltar. Headquartered secretly in an old Italian tanker, the Mialis attacked and sank British merchant ships at will.
I like those.
But the 10th Flotilla had a brazen plan that would
weaved it in there, which I kind of did.
A midget submarine attack on New York Harbor.
Kind of looks like.
The attack on New York was perhaps the most audacious operations which the Deschutes planned during the war. They planned to use a small midget submarine called the CA-class, which would be carried in a well.
All the clear disappears though when you put it in clear, so all you see is the walls
now,
of
even
glass.
if they had just planted a couple of limpet mines or
Magic
in New York Harbor and done the merest amount of damage, the fact that the Axis powers had actually got in to an American harbor and committed an act of aggression in American waters would have had huge psychological consequences.
But history stepped in between New York Harbor and her date to the pig. On September 3rd, 1943, Mussolini fled his collapsing government and Italy surrendered. The 10th Flotilla, one of Italy's few military success stories of the war, was disbanded. Unlike its Italian partners, the German Navy had little success with clandestine watercraft.
The German midget submarine program was a total disaster. All their submersibles and midget submarines were built in a hurry without proper testing, and they just drove into combat.
The German designed Beagle and Molk were one-man shops that carried 2 torpedoes. Neither sub had a single successful mission. The third one-man German sub was named the Navy.
The Navy was perhaps the most lethal one of all. This again was another single-man craft, and it consisted of 2 G7 electric torpedoes, one slung below the other. The upper one contained the operator, who was literally wedged into his position. Once in, he could do no more than move the control column. He steered the craft toward the target and then released the second torpedo, which was the one that went when he did the damage. Unfortunately, in some cases, the second torpedo wouldn't release, and when the motor was started, it took both of them to destruction.
Still, the tiny underwater vehicles of the Axis powers held their own. Few other weapons of the war created so much strategic advantage with so little investment of manning resources.
They were very successful in two ways. Firstly, in terms of shipping local damage, they accounted for just under 100,000 tons of British, American, military shipments sunk, plus 2 British battleships damaged. But we must also look at their success in the wider term, in that they forced the British and later the Americans to spend a huge amount both in resources and manpower in fortifying every harbour in the Mediterranean.
In the Pacific, another revolution is taking place in the world of submarines. The Japanese Imperial Navy had created an entire fleet of rigid watercraft called the Kogyo.
The war opened in the Pacific with the Japanese carrier attack on Pearl Harbor on 7 December 1941. But a lot of people have forgotten that 5 Japanese nuclear submarines were also launched from large submarines to attack the ships inside the harbor. 1 or 2 of these did get into the harbor and did fire torpedoes.
Only 5 openings have been used to Pearl Harbor, and their success with openings interpretation. 1 was sent outside the harbour entrance, 2 were sent inside the harbour, 1 simply disappeared, no one knows what happened, and the 5th was washed ashore.
If you go to the Naval Academy in Japan, there's an exhibit of each man who had been in that submarine. They're like gods, but one of them is dead, and it's the one that survived. He's the first prisoner of war taken by
The Kogyo-Teki midget submarines proved largely ineffective. But by 1945, with Allied victories against the Japanese, a new role was designed for the midget submarines: the suicide. 2 months before the better-known Kamikaze Flying Squadron was created in 1944, Japanese naval officers had designed a kamikaze submarine.
These are suicide weapons. They're designed to be built cheaply and in large numbers, carrying a single-man crew who would expend himself against Allied shipping.
The suicide pilots and sailors accepted their fate, whether they went to their deaths in submarines, planes, or the specially designed kamikaze jet.
Had we not dropped the atomic bombs, there's no question that besides hundreds, if not thousands, of aerial kamikazes, our amphibious ships, our fire support ships, our landing craft themselves would have been attacked by thousands of these human torpedoes and these midget submarines.
In fact, several of the suicide sub-operators drove their crafts out to sea after the Japanese surrendered to die like samurai in an act of underwater harakiri.
That's hardcore.
Throughout the war, the
Fucking
Allies would
hardcore.
find themselves unprepared for attacks from tiny underwater weapons. Their response was to fight fire with fire, to create their own squadrons of secret submarines that would match their enemies in size and deadliness.
Damn it.
When the British harbor at Alexandria was attacked by Italian midget submarines, the effect was devastating. The entire Allied fleet in the Mediterranean was crippled for the duration of the war. Word of the victory by the Italian 10th Flotilla reached Churchill himself, who, as former Lord of the Admiralty, had a special interest in the security of His Majesty's Navy.
Churchill was infuriated when news of Italian attack.
We're slowing down,
And
speeding
he
up.
demanded in one of his very, very testy notes as to why we weren't doing the same thing. So Britain's entry into this field was entirely reactive. The Italians had harmed us. We were going to use the same methods against them and the Germans.
The British Navy went to work, building a special attack craft of its own, patterning its design after a captured Italian Miale. Once it was designed, an elite corps of Royal Navy volunteers began training to use the British version of the Italian Pig, now dubbed with the more dignified title of Chariot. By the end of 1943, the British were getting expert advice and guidance on using the human torpedo from their former enemy. With the surrender of Italy, members of the infamous 10th Foot
They don't want anyone to figure out anything, do they?
To train and even operate the chariots.
Why is my clock messed up? Oh no, I ain't drinking coffee. I'm going to
Freshly
bed
released British prisoner of war
soon.
camp, using British chariots to attack German-controlled Italian ships in Italian harbors. War makes strange bedfellows.
Another midget submarine was developed by the British, but this one was cloaked in secrecy. The British SOE, Special Operations Executive, was an espionage agency designed to cause confusion and destruction behind enemy lines. It was from SOE Labs that
I got a long day tomorrow. We driving around trying to sell glass.
Sleeping Beauty.
Sleeping Beauty was the smallest operational submarine used in World War II. It also has another distinction. It was the only submarine up until that time that had ever been designed exclusively
See if I can't
by
pay a bill or
or
two.
the intelligence. Now, it was quite effective. It had a maximum speed of 4.5 knots with a range of 12 miles. Or if you slowed it down to 3 knots, you could go up to 40 miles. It was silent, it was fast, it had no means of navigating. So what the SOE
Yeah, I'm tired.
developed
I probably won't get back till midnight
where
tomorrow.
the operator would surface,
My hand's all right, Kelly. How you doing?
visually take a
It's
and go underwater.
it's healing up.
50 feet.
It's got some blisters, couple
Come up
blisters.
against surface, get its bearing, go underwater.
I've burned myself worse. I can't believe I grabbed a hold of that damn shit. I knew it was hot.
Sleeping Beauty was also used by American OSS operatives.
But yeah, it doesn't look as bad as it did. It's just got some blisters.
But a far more elaborate clandestine
Few blisters.
built by the best engineers of the Royal Navy.
And one in the middle is going to be a bad day when it finally pops. Oh, it's going to hurt.
British X-Craft is a four-man midget submarine, perhaps the most successful of all midget submarines built by the Navy, largely because it was designed and built by professional naval architects who knew what they were doing.
But, you know, that's what live show's all about, right? You get the good with the bad. We got some bad the other day. There's a bad on my side. On my side of it, it sucked. Now, see, I've watched it, the footage on the other side of it, and I was like, well that's pretty funny, dumbass. So,
Shown here at the prison, the interprets for the sea.
it is good to be alive.
Threat to Allied ships in the North Sea and on the supply routes
Oh,
to
fuck.
Russia.
Yeah.
6 British X-Craft submarines were towed to the Norwegian shores by submarine motherships in September 1943.
Y'all getting to learn how to cook dinner,
Rear Admiral
single dad style.
later called it one of the most courageous
Damn
acts
near
of all
every night.
time. For it became a one-way mission for the British sailors involved.
That's fun. I love cooking dinner, wrestling with the family.
Of the 6 craft that took part, 2 were lost on the journey from
That's what we'll do till
to the
bedtime.
Norwegian coast.
I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy tired.
X5 disappeared. No one knows what happened to her. X6 and X7 successfully entered Turkish anchorage, laid their charges underneath them, battleship and then made their escape. But they were detected while doing so, shot at, and both were sunk. Their crews become prisoners.
The captured ex-craft crews were taken aboard the Tirpitz herself just before the charges blew holes in the hull of the battleship and destroyed her turbines.
That sucks.
Though they were now POW, the British crews experienced the satisfaction of seeing the mighty Tirpitz crippled.
That's funny as shit. They blew up the ship they got caught by.
The midget submarines and the clandestine sneak craft are a little-known story of World War II. These tiny underwater warriors sunk over 100,000 tons of shipping, despite the fact that they were small, primitive, and often as dangerous to their crews as to their targets. But nothing came close to the damage caused by the U-boats of the German Navy. They terrorized the Atlantic as the unchallenged masters of underwater warfare. Yet a lesser-known chapter of the war concerns the mysterious and just as legendary stories of the U-boat, the vehicle for spies.
People were afraid I was
Perhaps the most successful weapon system of World War II was the German U-boat. Stealthy, quick, and powerful, the U-boat dominated the Atlantic Ocean. U-boat commanders called the early years of the war the happy time, during which they sank Allied shipping at will, unhampered and unconcerned by their enemies' ineffective anti-submarine measures.
As always, it's a pleasure.
Was the battle that the Allies won.
I gotta turn off my gas and stuff.
The U-boat war started on September 3rd, 1939. World War II began.
Oh, I think it's definitely hot bath time.
Until the middle of May 1945, when the last of them surrendered. It was the only weapon that also could really win the war for most of the conflict.
Maybe next time I'll be able to open my
hand
all the way.
Combat weapon. Very little attention has been paid to the U-boat as a weapon of espionage and clandestine warfare.
I'm hoping to
Yet these deadly ships
come back and get myself some fucking glass here in the next couple of days. I've got enough to make another bubbler and 4 pipes. And that's just going to be for the next kiln load.
Believe that the highest priority would be to destroy American ability to manufacture airplanes and other weapons of war. And so they decided.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be on the road all day, so I'm not going to be on the bar.
Mainly, get people to commit acts of sabotage.
Friday,
in the United States.
It's Saturday.
You have to remember that in 1942 there were no ballistic missiles.
All right, y'all have yourselves a good evening.
So America was
And
out of Hitler's reach. He couldn't
stay calm at all times.
Field mill or munitions plant. So this was his way of.
All right. Good night, y'all.
The ambitious plan of the Nazis was